Come on.
What is this place? Where are you taking me?
Never mind. Just hang on. I'll the second floor. Fly up.
Shot, man. That sounded like Lotta.
You stay here. Don't come in until I call you.
What are you doing?
Get back in there.
Doctor.
Drop it.
No.
Drop it or I'll crack your elbow. That's better. Now sit down. I want to look this over. Looks real cute. Powder burn, silence, gun chair, and what's this? Well, in Bella. No,
I know you skills.
I can almost believe that. You've handled this very well, considering the bad breaks you've had. Only one thing wrong.
Do I scent a bargain?
I don't have the bargain. I've got the diamond. All you've got is 2 murders rattling on your thick noggin.
Don't be absurd. I know where's the real necklace.
Then you better talk to her directly. You can come in now.
Sam, is that... Oh, that poor, homely little dame. What did she ever...
Stop your breaking. She come in my heart. Suicide.
You know better than that.
Suicide. She come in. The colonel's price is right.
Oh, I see.
I'll put it to you directly. It's not easy to fence. It'll have to be cut. That'll decrease the value considerably. Say, $10,000. No questions asked.
Pardon me. That suicide shot is ringing in my ears. I can't hear you.
20,000. 50. All right, 100,000.
Sam, don't be a fool. Take it.
I'll give you a real break, Colonel. That's the cops coming after you.
No, anything, Spade. What do you want me to do?
I want you to try and get out of here.
What are you going to do?
There's the door. Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you, Colonel.
All right, men, remember, he's desperate. Bixby, giving you a chance. Come down or we're coming up after you.
Come on. Come on, get up, Colonel.
Here he comes. Kevin, it may be a trick.
Watch it, Dundee. Here he comes. And that, Mrs. Rushlight, is the crop. For a man that went down fighting, Colonel Bixby didn't need much persuading once they got him under the lights down at headquarters. He confessed to everything, and the murders weren't the worst of it, the way I figure. The worst of it was the cruel way he victimized the poor little lovely ducklet Van Eyck. It's tough enough to be whipped before you start. Period, and a report.
My goodness, that was muy triste. I'm beginning to see why Effie gets so repressed sometimes.
Effie, depressed? That little dust? Al told you that?
Only between she and I and the lamppost. She's so sensitive, you know. Not like I, of course. I invariably cry at weddings.
You don't say, Bernadine. You attend weddings often?
With high frequency, Mr. Spade.
You mean frequently?
No. The last time it was FM. You know, frequentation,
Oh, yes. Moderation in all things. You mean you attend radio weddings?
Oh, yeah. I've been married 6 times. My next date is television.
You married 6 times? Who've been married?
Well, to each his own, Spade, Mr.
You mean 6 men have...
Oh, no. No, I only marry my husband. Petition is rapid spice of variety, I always say.
Is that legal?
If it's not after 6 weddings, what isn't?
To each his own, as you say.
Well, we don't presume to make a career out of it. As soon as we get the men in the deep freeze Wrangler, we're going on our honeymoon.
Well, congratulations, and type this up when you have the time. Mrs. Bernadine Hemp.
Every day, more and more men are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for truly hair. And that's handsome, not surprising, for what other leading hair tonic gives you these big advantages? It grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. What's more, Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. No Wild Root Cream Oil is the favorite with so many millions of smart, particular men. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men put good grooming first.
I'm sorry it took so long, but I kept relapsing into Spanish.
Yes, I know how.
And Effie's typewriter doesn't have any upside-down question marks.
upside down. Mm-hmm. Take a memo. Call typewriter man.
I already have. Oh, I almost forgot. You received a telegramic commutation.
A telegramic what?
A wire.
Oh, a wire. Well, open it and read it. In English. What?
It says, Dear Sam.
Figures.
In the haste of my departure, I neglected to warn you about Well, when I do that one another favor, she'll have silver threads.
Who?
That ball of fire whom I'm taking of in order to be double cooking the plate crossed of by...
Effie? Is she still in far-off Kanab?
And good rubbish, if you'll pardon the expression.
Oh, Bernadine, let me see that. I neglected to warn you about Bernadine. I'm sending details, airmail special, but in the meantime, whatever you do, don't go to any radio broadcasts with her, and if she comes to work in a wedding gown, take the day off. Love, Effie.
And I had 2 tickets for honeymoon payoff, and now she went and spoiled everything.
Ah, now there, Bernadine, you just have to marry your husband again, that's all. I wouldn't have had the time anyway.
I know. It's just the principle. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night. Buenas noches. Hasta la vista. Effie, why did you ever leave me?
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dow. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin. With Gil Dow directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that it'll have you tough time, Charlie. Charlie, keep all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Sam Spade, which originally aired Sunday, July 4th, 1948, 73 years ago today. Here's an episode of Philo Vance, which originally aired Tuesday, July 4th, 1950, 71 years ago today.
Sit down, please, Vance. Sit down and be prepared for the most ridiculous situation you ever heard.
Well, Markham, that takes in a lot of territory.
As a private investigator, you've encountered a lot of I know. As a district attorney, so have I.
I'm well aware of that. What's so completely fantastic about this one?
Let me give you a rundown on it.
All right.
First of all, you've heard of John Williams.
Racket leader, gunman, shot dead last night.
Yes.
I read about it on the way down here.
You only read part of it, believe me. Williams had a 3-way deal with 2 other operators, Sam Foster and Whitey Morrow. They had a working arrangement, but as I understand it, they split last month.
Nothing too fantastic about the situation yet, Markham.
Wait. It's reasonable to believe, as we do, that either Sam Foster or Whitey Morrow killed Williams. The motive is obvious.
Markham, please.
All right. I just wanted to bring you up to date on the background. Now, listen. Mm-hmm. Williams lived in a house in the country.
Yes?
You know how it rained all day yesterday?
Certainly I know. I just had my car washed. Always rains immediately afterward.
I have the same thing happen when I wear a suit that's just been pressed. But let's get back to Williams. His house in the country was surrounded, completely surrounded, mind you, by a sea of mud.
Williams was shot inside the house. There was no way for the killer to get in except by going through the mud, and there were no footprints.
Vance.
How did I know?
Yes.
That would be fantastic, and you assured me this case was.
Yes.
How do you know the killer didn't arrive and leave before the rain?
Your guessing was good, Vance, but not complete. Williams had a housekeeper. She was home when the shop that killed him was fired. She came downstairs, but saw nobody. Put on the yard, immediately noticed no footprint lights in a mess. And there were no convenient trees, if that's what you're thinking.
She might have killed Williams. Or she might be lying.
I doubt it. No, Vance, she isn't our killer. Whoever it is, Sam Foster or Whitey Morrow, has figured out a murder that we can't possibly tie to him, because there isn't a way in the world it could have been done.
Hey, Mr. Foster.
Yes, Oscar.
What, yes?
You just said, hey, Mr. Foster.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Foster, 8 subway trains pretty, huh?
Keep your mind on what you're doing.
I said 8 trains subway pretty, Mr. Foster.
I heard you.
I'm keeping my mind on what I'm doing.
Oh, you know, Oscar, if you weren't so handy with a gun, I couldn't stand you around me.
But I am keeping my mind on what I'm doing.
Will you please answer the question I asked and not the one before? You're driving me nuts.
I was. Sure, I understand. Sure.
What do you understand?
I should listen to you.
That's fine. I think maybe I'd better call off. Oscar, there's Whitey, just going through the turnstile.
Whitey is due here any second, and when he comes, I wait for the train.
The train's coming in. He doesn't see us. I'm walking back of him with me. Come on.
What?
Walking back of him with me. Come on.
Oh, come on, you.
That's right. He's reading his paper. He doesn't see us. Go ahead, Oscar. Now.
What?
The gun, give it to him right in the back.
Oh, now?
I said now, didn't I?
You want I should kill him?
Oscar.
Okay. Now.
Come on, Oscar, let's beat it.
Hey, you know something, Mr. Foster?
What is it?
I think we ought to beat it.
Whitey Morrow's in pretty bad shape, Mr. Vance. There were 3 bullets in him, but he's lived up until now, although I don't know how.
Pretty tough character, eh, Doctor?
He certainly is. Only in a little while we'll be saying he certainly was. He doesn't have a chance.
Does he know that?
I've told him, the police have told him. He's pretty hard to convince.
It's about the last thing a man wants to admit, isn't it?
I suppose so. Anyhow, you can go in. You're working on this case, Vance?
Only if it ties up with the murder of a man named John Williams, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Williams was killed under completely impossible circumstances.
Oh?
Williams and Whitey Morrow inside were 2/3 of a crime syndicate. It wouldn't be strange if the other third, Sam Foster, killed Williams and almost got Morrow in the subway. Anyhow, that's what I want to find out.
Call me if I can help.
I will, Doctor. Hello, Morrow.
Whoever you are, go away.
I'm Philo Vance, Whitey. Remember me? I did you a favor once.
Do me another one, I'll get lost.
Shot you, Whitey.
As soon as I get out of here, you watch the papers. The first guy that gets bumped is the guy that tried to get me.
The doctors say you aren't ever going to get out of here.
What do they know? Who got shot, them? No, me. So who should know if I'm going to get better, them? No, me.
You and John Williams were in partnership with Sam Foster, Whitey. You broke up. Foster wants to run the whole racket, so he killed Williams and he tried to kill you.
It wasn't really nasty of him.
Unless you killed Williams.
Me. Johnny and me were friends. Besides, I could never figure out a way to kill him with a flock of mud outside his house and no footprints. Sam's Sam.
Whitey. Whitey. Dr. Manders. Dr. Manders.
Yes, Vance, I'm coming. What is it?
Take a look at the patient, Doctor.
Very well.
I think he's dead, only I didn't take time to make sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he's dead, all right. Although how he lived this long after being shot is a mystery.
You think that's a mystery, Doctor? How about the one I'm going to work on now? How a man could walk through 30 feet of mud without leaving a footprint.
Oh, Sam, you're priceless.
Sure. Did you ever hear the one about... Baby, who is it? Who is it? I said, who is it?
It's me, Oscar, Mr. Foster. Could I come in?
Beat it. Come back next year.
Oh, Sam,
I said, could I come in?
Later.
Next year? Okay, I'll come back next year.
Oscar, Sam, he's priceless. Am I getting heavy on your knee, Sam?
Sure. But it's worth it. Give here, baby.
Come closer to you? How could I do that? Oh, Sam, you're priceless.
You feel good, don't you, baby?
Well, why not? I'm with the biggest man in town. That makes me the biggest gal in town, don't it?
All depends on how you look at it. You're glad Johnny Williams is out of the way.
Almost as glad as you are.
Yeah. He did give you a rough deal. But you had nothing against Whitey Morrow.
No, I kind of liked him. He had a lot of funny jokes. Honestly, told me when I nearly died laughing at him. He was priceless.
Yeah, sure. You read about how Johnny Williams died, sugar.
You read about it? Oh, sure, I read about it. Can't figure it out, but I read about it.
You aren't the only one can't figure it, Junie.
Johnny Williams ain't the only one I read about either, Sam. I read about a fellow named Philo Vance, they say, is working on the case.
Good. I like to see a fella have a job.
Oh, you're smarter than that, Sam. You know Vance has got plenty on the ball.
Sure, but he's got nothing on me.
He's good enough for now, but you know how your stooge Oscar talks? He thinks so slow, he's always one sentence behind what you ask him.
Sure. What about it?
Well, Vance, I hear, is just the opposite. He's thinking one move ahead of you all the time. The guy's priceless, Sam.
I wouldn't think of trying to buy him off, baby.
He's kind of scareless, too.
I wasn't thinking of trying to scare him off. He isn't deathless, is he, honey?
I know, Vance, but...
Hold everything, Markham. I haven't even begun my investigations yet. I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Where are you, Vance?
As soon as I hang up this phone, I'm going out to Johnny Williams' house. The house of mystery.
What's the point? There's nothing there. It's just a house. On the day of the murder, it was surrounded by a sea of mud.
It's the same way right now, then. This rain will see to that. But I want to question Williams' housekeeper.
I understand. I hope you understand that Sam Foster is the new underworld king of this town, now that Williams and Morrow are dead.
Yes, I realize that, and I hope to prove to be a little sunshine to Mr. Foster.
You're going to be a little sunshine to Foster? How do you mean?
You said he was the king, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, weather reports to the... I'm going to the contrary. Try to see that he doesn't reign anymore.
Oh, Vance.
Hello in there. Anybody home? I could have sworn it would creak. Hello.
Well?
My name is... hello, Philo Vance. You're Johnny Williams' housekeeper?
Yes.
It's rather chilly out here and more than a little wet. May I come in?
If you like.
Thank you. Oh. To keep in character, I'm surprised you don't have an Angora cat on your shoulder.
I hate cats.
May I ask your name?
Mrs. Stewart. What do you want here, Vance?
Stewart, I'd like you to understand something. Mrs. Stewart,
Well?
convinced that Mr. Williams was... Police are told by somebody who came into this house and left it without footprints, even though any of this house is surrounded by mud.
And you're not convinced?
That's right. Before I knocked at the door, I tried to think of how I could possibly get from the road to the porch, a distance of about 30 feet, without leaving any prints.
And?
My footprints are in the mud. It can't be done. And inasmuch as it can't be done, my theory is that Mr. Williams was killed by somebody in this house.
The house where the shots were fired?
That's what I meant.
That I shot him?
Why not? You had opportunity. You had a motive, and you might very possibly have had a motive. Duck down on the floor. Did you get hit?
No. Thank you for the warning.
Never mind that. Let's find whoever it is that fired at us. You stay here.
Where are you going?
Out through the door. The shots came from the front window. The killer may be outside. I'm going outside to see.
There are floodlights that light up the entire yard. Wait a minute. There. Only if you're going out, I'm going with you.
Very well, but stay in back of me. I don't see anybody.
What else don't you see?
What?
What else don't you see?
I don't understand what you mean.
How many sets of footprints do you see in the ground, Vance?
How many?
Yes.
Why, there's only one set leading to the house. Those are mine.
You were with me when someone broke the glass in the window and fired. You must have seen a figure on the porch or you couldn't have warned me.
Yes.
That's the situation you said was impossible. The same situation that occurred when I died. Mr. Williams, do you still think it's impossible, Vance?
This is District Attorney Markham. The muddy murder case began with the shooting of Johnny Williams, racketeer. Although his house was completely surrounded by mud, and although Williams was killed at close range, we found no footprints in the mud. And nobody but Williams' housekeeper was in his home. We suspect a racketeer named Sam Foster, especially since we think he killed another former ally. But Vance, who is in my office, can offer no immediate...
That's the story, Markham. I was in the house, saw a figure on the porch, was there when the shots were fired, so I know somebody crossed 30 feet of mud without leaving any footprints.
That settles it then, doesn't it? It can be done.
Would it surprise you if I told you that now I think I know how it was done?
Nothing you tell me surprises me anymore, Vance. You're not thinking of anything as fantastic as a helicopter or some sort of flying apparatus, are you?
Markham.
No, I didn't think you were.
Having an idea and doing something about it are two different things, though. This Sam Foster, Markham.
The man who takes over the town's rackets, what about him?
It's reasonable to believe that he killed Williams and Whitey Morrow, too, in order to get sole control. Is he a college man?
Oh, no. I'm
sure you could find out.
Yes, I suppose so. You think he found a mathematical formula for reducing the 30 feet of mud to 1 foot and stepped across it?
No, that isn't it at all. Find out for me if he went to college and what college it was he went to. Then maybe I'll find out something for you.
You know what I don't understand, Julie girl? I don't understand why you don't like me.
What are you talking about, Oscar?
Just don't understand it, that's all. I'm big, I'm an important guy. I'm Foster's right-hand man.
That's true.
All right, so I ain't
Look, you
pretty.
better not let Foster hear you.
Talking? What am I? I'm talking about you and me, Julie girl.
Half a dozen one is very interesting.
Before so to finds out, so what?
So you'll find out.
Which you and half of me is interesting. Come here, baby.
Here, cut that out, Oscar.
You didn't hear me say, come here, huh, baby?
I said cut it out, Oscar.
Okay, so I come to you.
No.
No. Don't that feel nice? You being cozy here in my arms.
You don't leave me alone, Oscar.
Hey, what you playing in here? Beauty and the Beast?
Sam, this ape of yours tried to go on the make for me.
What goes on, Oscar?
What do you mean, Beauty and the Beast? What does that mean, Beauty and the Beast? Junie looked good to me. I tried to tell her.
You tried to show me, I told you what would happen when I told Sam.
What did happen, baby?
You ain't sore? You ain't going to take this big lug apart?
Oscar is a very important member of my organization.
I'm not.
June, not of my business organization. And business, you know, honey, always comes before anything else.
Hello, Vance speaking.
This is Philo, Vance.
Unquestionably.
Well, Vance, you don't know me. Sometime you may realize how bad that is for you.
Well, in that event, let's make that sometime right now.
No can do, Vance. Look, I read that you're working on the murder of Johnny Williams. Like to know who killed him and Whitey Morrow?
Sam Foster.
That's right.
What did Foster ever do to you?
You mean, why am I tipping you off?
Yes.
Because I'm playing second fiddle to a gun-crazy goon, that's why.
Good enough reason. You can prove that Foster killed Williams and Morrow?
He killed Williams, and he had that gun-crazy goon I was telling you about kill Morrow.
How was Williams killed with all that mud surrounding his house?
Search me.
That would hardly clarify the situation.
Well,
You mean you don't know?
That's right. I don't know everything.
What you've told me, miss, is what the police and I already suspect. But can you prove what you're saying?
What's the matter? Isn't enough? My word.
It is for me, but a jury is unreasonable. It likes to have proof.
Yeah.
Perhaps I can get that proof. The district attorney found out for me that Foster went to State College. Now, you tell me where Sam's friend, Foster, and he can be found.
Ray Dahl Apartments. They got a suite. You go there, Vance, and see that they get a headache.
Look, Oscar, one thing you've got to stop. Oscar, are you listening to me?
Yeah, Mr. Foster.
That's what I mean. You've got to stop answering questions a minute after I ask them.
I gotta stop answering the question. Oh, yeah. But I explained that to you 100 times.
Oh,
it takes a long time for me to get things in my head. By the time I do, you're asking me something else.
All I wish is you weren't so handy with an automatic. And by the way, keep away from June. That happens to be...
Happens to be what?
Somebody at the door, Oscar.
Oh, wait, that just like people. For once, I concentrate, I answer the question you're asking, and you switch to something else.
Shut up.
You want me to get the door?
Get in the next room. I'll take care of it.
All right.
I'm coming. Well?
I'm Philo Vance. You're Sam Foster?
Yes. Now that we have the introductions out of the way, so long.
No, you
can't.
No.
Congratulations, strong man. You pushed open the door. What are you going to do for an encore? Twist an iron bar around your arm?
Foster, there are a lot of things in the world I hate, and you represent most of them. Murder, smugness, disregard of other people.
Oscar? Oh, Oscar.
Calling for help already, Foster?
Nothing like being prepared. Only this help of mine, time to takes to understand things. Oscar!
Did you call me Mr. Foster?
Yes,
he
Oscar.
does look a little like an ape.
Wait until he realizes what you just said, Vance. You'll be the one who needs help.
I look like a what?
You look like...
Vance, why don't you be a nice guy and get out of here? Legs are nice things to walk around on. You shouldn't want yours broken.
I don't see anybody here that's capable of giving me even a size.
Oscar, go to work on him.
What is it I look like?
Go to work on this guy. Make him sorry he talks so much. Now.
Oh, go to work on him. Why didn't you say we was having a party? Hey, I'll get you a treat here. You're falling home. Okay, Oscar, this is it. The things the guy says. What am I supposed to do? Roll over and play
Took him a little while to realize he was knocked cold, eh, Foster?
Apparently. You handled yourself pretty good, Vance.
You mean pretty well, don't you, Foster? They never taught you to say pretty good at State University, did they?
What about me in State?
Nothing much. I'm just waiting for one little bit of information. And the 4 years you spent at State will seem nothing to the years that the State has reserved for you.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye. Fine.
Got what you wanted, D.A.?
Yes, June, I did.
That's good.
That was State College, and as usual, Vance was right. I don't see yet how this solves the Johnny Williams murder mystery, but I'm sure Vance does.
You know, I think Vance knows everything.
Yes.
I tried to tell that to Sam Foster, and that's one reason I think he took a shot at Vance out at the Williams house when Vance was talking to the housekeeper.
Undoubtedly. As for you, young lady, I think now that Vance has sent you to me, I better see to it that you're taken care of.
Oh, you're priceless, Mark.
I mean, placed in protective custody.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, after I'm sure you're all right, I'll meet Vance, and the two of us will go to see Foster and Oscar.
Only don't leave without arresting them. I don't feel safe anymore with either one of them around. When Foster took Oscar's side, I had an idea he'd let that big lug shoot me if it would make him happy. That's why I went to Vance in the first place.
I understand. Everything will be all right for you, June, after Vance and I visit your former friends. It'll be all right for you and annoying to a couple of men who are all wrong.
Oscar and I aren't very honored by this visit, you understand?
You're very kind.
It isn't often that a district attorney and a distinguished private investigator come to call on us, right, Oscar?
Huh? Never mind that nonsense, Foster. I came up here to tell you that you and Oscar are going downtown with Markham and me.
What's right, Mr. Foster?
Shut up, Oscar.
Well, I was...
Take that slower, Vance. What makes you think you can drag us downtown? On what charge?
Murder, of course. Murder of John Williams and Whitey Morrow.
Oh. I killed them both, eh, D.A.?
According to our information, you killed Williams and had Oscar shoot Morrow. I'm pretty sure the information is right.
Hold everything. Guy killed... How can you think...
He's going to get us. Oh, this is Marty.
Two down, Vance. I'm sorry I had to shoot that Oscar, but it was either him or me, and I'm selfish that way.
I don't blame you one bit, Markham. He's still alive and still able to stand trial, I think. You won't have to worry about getting a conviction, I don't believe.
With your theory and the girl's testimony, not to mention the possibility that the death bullets in Williams and Morrow will match the guns belonging to these individuals, I'm pretty sure we'll be all right.
Pretty cute idea Foster had for the Williams murder, wasn't it?
The no footprints thing? Cute. Very. In fact, it was one of the most interesting gimmicks I've ever encountered. Let's talk about it as soon as we take these two characters down to headquarters. Wait a minute, Vance. I'll give you a light.
Oh, thanks.
There you are.
Thanks, Markham.
Now, tell me, what gave you the idea that Sam Foster was an athlete?
It was one way a man could get over 30 feet of mud, Markham, using a pole such as vaulters use in athletic meets.
Uh-huh.
A run on the road, insert the pole in the mud, pull yourself up and out. You could land on Williams' porch without leaving any tracks.
As soon as State told us that Foster had been a pole vaulter, I knew what your theory was. He was fit, and he knew it as soon as we brought up the fact that we did know.
Yes. And Markham, I'm very happy about the whole thing. It refused, but he had me quite a while. He undoubtedly followed me to the Williams place and tried to kill me when I was there questioning the housekeeper.
Uh-huh.
Although I thought for a minute it was she he was after.
It doesn't matter now. So far as any killings or would-be killings are concerned, Foster and Oscar are finished.
And you know, Markham, so is the Muddy murder case.
You just heard an episode of Philo Vance, which originally aired Tuesday, July 4th, 1950, 71 years ago today. Stay tuned for The Whistler, next on ABN. Old Time Radio, Antioch. Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date and history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present The Whistler on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Sunday, October 17th, 1948.
Yes, friends, that whistle is your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs.
Because you know who's guilty.
You see his every move.
You know his complete plan.
Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the signal oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many tales, strange, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's The Whistler, and edited for top entertainment. And for tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Package for Emily.
As the gray convertible raced along the storm-darkened country road, Vivian Sedgwick leaned forward at the wheel, peered through the rain pounding against the windshield. Her arms ached from the strain of steady, relentless driving, but not once did she slacken her speed. Even as the car skidded around the curve, turned into the main highway that ran parallel to the railroad tracks, her foot remained on the accelerator, down as far as it would go. Nervously, she glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It was almost 3 o'clock. 4 hours since she left Evergreen Lodge in Lake Arrowhead. 4 long, harrowing hours. If she kept up this speed, she could reach Porter's Crossing by 3:20. And then it would be only a matter of minutes to Portertown and finally Sedgwick House. Yes, she had to be home by 3:30. And as her car raced on, Vivian found it difficult to believe that only yesterday morning she'd been a very happy young woman, busily packing for her Lake Arrowhead trip. Yes, yesterday morning there was even a song on her lips.
Always, lum-da-da-da-dee. You'll want the red shoes, Miss Vivian. Oh, yes, and the sandals, too, please, Bessie. Lum-da-da-da-dee. You know, Miss Vivian, it's an interesting coincidence. This song you're humming. What? When Dr. Thorpe comes to call, seems I'm whistling. I hear him tune the same.
Well, you've a good memory, Bessie. Perhaps that's why you're the best maid we've ever had at Sedgwick House.
Could it be that Dr. Thorpe is going away for a trip, too?
You're also the most inquisitive maid we've ever had.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, Miss Vivian.
Oh, hand me that robe, will you, Bessie?
Yes, and here it is. I do hope you're going someplace that's real dreamy-like.
I guess you can call it that. A friend of mine has a charming place at Lake Arrowhead. She asked us both out for a week.
I'm Dr. Thorpe. Glad Doc be able to get away from the hospital for a spell. Goodness, the way he's been driving himself lately. Not eating properly.
Oh, the poor's been overworked, darling, hacking. But you wait and see, Bessie. One of these days he'll be appreciated. He'll have a clinic of his own. A real clinic. The kind he keeps talking about. Well, there, that's that. Will you get my beige coat, Bessie, please? And the scarf, too, the brown one.
Yes'm.
And, Bessie?
Yes'm.
After I leave, will you tell Miss Emily I'll be away for a week?
I already have, Miss Vivian. Last night.
Oh. What did she say?
She didn't say a thing. Not a thing.
That's not like her.
Vivian! Vivian! You'd best go to her, miss.
Yes. Take these things downstairs, will you, Bessie? I'll be down shortly.
The gaiety that filled your heart only a few moments ago is suddenly frozen. Yes, the bittersweet sound of Emily's voice can do that, can't it, Vivian? Reluctantly, you walk down the hall to her room. Emily, your stepmother, slightly older, much more beautiful than you, infinitely more dangerous. The woman who turned your father's life into a nightmare until finally he found escape by suicide. Now, the power of wealth, fortune, the Sedge is hers. Emily can buy anything she wants, even the one thing you want most, Dr. Kenneth Thorpe. That's why you've got to get him away from Emily for just make him just a week of yours. Nothing must prevent that. Nothing. Emily is sitting up in bed, reading. She looks up, even with a weak heart that almost makes for an invalid. She's a beautiful woman, isn't she, Vivian?
What is it, Emily?
I'm expecting my package of sedatives this morning. Will you see if the mail has come?
You could have called Bessie to do that, Emily.
Of course. But I assume she was rather busy getting your things together for your little trip. Oh, how I envy you, darling. The mountains are delightful this time of year. And Evergreen Lodge at Lake Arrowhead. An enchanting place, really.
Too bad you can't join us, Emily.
I can't tell you how happy I am that the hospital finally gave Kenneth this free time.
Been eavesdropping again, have you?
1 week up there at the lodge. With you. We'll make a different man out of Kenneth. Won't it, darling?
There's no danger of what you're thinking, Emily. He'll make it.
How nice. How very, very nice. Now you'll be able to discuss your dreams of the future together. Kenneth with his new clinic, and you, his noble wife. Tidying up shop, bringing new little doctors into the world.
You can't stand it, can you? My father's out of the way. You have his house, his money. But that still isn't enough for your empty little life, is it?
Darling, your fangs are showing.
Whenever I'm near you, Emily, I like to dress for the occasion.
You'd like some of that money for yourself, wouldn't you, darling? So you could buy Kenneth his dream, his clinic. That would be one way of getting him.
I don't have to win his love that way.
The technique. What is your... Being his sweet, horrible girl, a doll who uses all the advertised products?
Emily, you know I've loved Kenneth all my life.
Then I should think you've had more than your share. Now it's my turn to love him the rest of my life. Oh, dear, it's probably that hard Mrs. Fenway. She said she'd call... Hello? Well, hello. We were just this minute talking about you, Kenneth, darling.
I'll take it, Emily.
I was so delighted to hear about your little vacation. Oh, you'll love it up there.
Is Vivian there, Emily?
I said I'll take it. Oh, Emily.
Oh, yes. Yes, she's here. A moment. Kenneth, just a minute. He wants to talk to you, Vivian.
Thank you. Hello, Kenneth.
Vivian, I had to call you right away. The most wonderful thing has happened.
Oh, what, Ken?
Well, it's just unbelievable. I can't go into too much detail now, but the clinic, I'm getting my clinic.
The clinic? Oh, that is wonderful, Kenneth. But who? I mean, how did it happen?
Well, the funny part of it is I don't know. A guardian angel, I'd say offhand. You know how some of these are, like millionaires, stay behind the scenes.
Yes. Yes, I know. But how is it that you were chosen?
Well, I haven't been. Not exactly, anyway. First off, I've got to submit a formal report on what I think a modern clinic should be like. Have to start on it right away.
Right away? You mean the trip you...
Afraid so. I'll have to cancel it, Vivian.
Oh, but couldn't you work on the report up at the lodge? It's an ideal place, really. I could do the typing.
No, Vivian. I'm afraid it's out of the question. I really should stay here in the event something pops suddenly. Why don't you go on ahead?
Oh, Kenneth, you promised. You promised nothing would interfere with this vacation.
Yes, I know, but Vivian, I can't risk the chance of a lifetime for a week in the mountains.
No, of course. Of course, I'm sorry, Ken.
Look, I've got to run along now. I'll call you at the lodge in a day or so, huh?
Yes. Yes, do that, Kenneth.
Bye.
Ken?
Our little vacation's been spoiled, hasn't it, darling?
Your grief overwhelms me, Emily.
Now, darling.
I'm even more overwhelmed by your split-second timing.
What in the world are you talking about?
You honestly think you have a chance, don't you? You think you can get him away from me by buying him his clinic.
If Kenneth has been given a clinic of his own, this is the first I've heard of it.
It's a clever device, Emily. Keeping your magnanimous gift a secret. Oh, yes, let him be grateful first. Grateful. Blind. And then at the right psychological moment, tell him he owes it all to you.
Really, Vivian, aren't you?
You don't deny it, do you, Emily?
Kenneth is a very desirable specimen of American manhood, darling. Think if I made up my mind, I might do anything to have him for myself.
Listen, Emily. You've taken from me and everything. But you won't take him. I'm warning you. For all your charms, all your subtleties, you'll never get him away from me. Do you understand? Never.
Back in your own room, you stand by the window, trembling with rage. The fury inside you, your hatred for Emily, mounts steadily. And then a figure at the front gate attracts your eye. The postman. And you watch him drop a small package into the box. Yes, Vivian, it's the package Emily is expecting. The harmless sedatives mailed from a chemical laboratory in the city. Heart skip. Suddenly you're a beat. You stand there, staring out across the grounds, and a plan begins to form in your mind. Quickly you turn and run from the room. Moments later, you're in the downstairs hall, hastily throwing a raincoat over your shoulder. You open the front door and go to the mail box. Yes, there it is, with a package safely hidden in your coat pocket. You return to the house.
Miss Vivian?
Oh, Bessie.
I was just about to go out with the mail.
I already have it.
Was there something for Miss Emily?
No, just a letter. For me.
But didn't Miss Emily's package of sedatives arrive?
No. Miss Emily's package didn't arrive.
With the prologue of Package for Emily, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, a tip to you drivers who'd like to be sure you're gasoline choosing that's tops in quality. The gasoline that'll get top performance from your car. Just remember, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Gasoline. Farther gas. Yes, mileage is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. And here's why. The only way any gasoline can deliver quicker starts, faster pickup, and smoother, knock-free power is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when it runs more efficiently, naturally you see proof of it on your speedometer in mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. No wonder more and more drivers throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, are switching to Signal. They know that to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality farther to go. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
The only way you prevent Emily taking Kenneth Thorpe away from you. Inside the small room, you hurry to the desk, unlock it, and from the far corner of the lower drawer, you remove a small bottle labeled poison. You unscrew the top. A A small white pill rolls out into your palm. One of the pills your father bought the night he killed himself. For a moment you stare at it, wonder why you've saved it. Wonder if perhaps you've saved it for yourself, or because someday you knew you'd give it to Emily.
Who is it?
Bessie, Miss Vivian.
Oh, come in, Bessie.
I was just wondering, will you be going up to Evergreen Lodge after all? Miss Emily seemed to think you'd changed your mind.
Of course I'm going. I haven't changed my plans in the least. Not in the least.
The moment Bessie leaves, your hands move swiftly, surely, unwrapping Emily's, removing the bottle of package. In a matter of minutes, you've emptied the contents of one of the sedative capsules at the top of the box and refilled it with the same deadly that deadly and took your father's life years before. You know the nature of the poison, that it doesn't lose its strength, and you feel strangely exultant as you think of Emily going in the very same way. And it's going to be simple, isn't it? Only a matter of rewrapping the package, applying the same address label after you've steamed it off the original package, and then remailing it. Yes, Vivian, the postmark, everything must be the same. Emily's package must arrive in perfect condition.
Oh, Miss Vivian, you're leaving now?
Yes, Bessie.
Pleasant time at Arrowhead.
Oh, I will. I'm sure. Bessie.
Yes'm. Have a...
The Los Angeles postmark will be on it now. Everything perfect. By late tomorrow afternoon, the package will be in Emily's hands. Now you can forget it. Put it out of your mind as you get back in the car and drive on to Arrowhead.
Vivian, darling! I was about to give you up. So glad you could make her.
Well,
you did.
Roads were rather bad. I had to drive slowly.
Oh, I thought you might have got mixed up, taking the road that led back through the city.
No, Florence. I came directly here.
Here, let me take your bag. Oh, you're alone? I thought your nice doctor friend was coming.
Oh, he couldn't get away.
Oh, too bad. Well, bear up. Gang over. There'll be a bit tomorrow. I promise you won't be lonely. How's Emily?
Why, she's fine, Florence.
I know. Sorry I asked. Look, darling, while you're here, you just forget about her, understand? Promise?
Oh, I wish I could, Florence, but I...
Just do it, that's all. Now I'll show you your room. Upstairs, darling. Goodness, I'll bet you're dead tired.
Yes, I am. The driving all afternoon. I'd like to rest a while.
Of course, darling. And that before dinner, and you'll be as fresh as a daisy. I just made that up. Come along. Vivian!
Come in, Florence.
Dinner will be ready in about... Well, what in the world are you doing sitting here in the dark? Thought you were going to take a nap.
Well, I just couldn't seem to... down. Quiet.
Vivian, is something wrong?
Of course not.
Dinner will be ready in about 20 minutes. Will you be down?
Yes. Yes, I'll be down.
And would you believe it, Vivian? Right in our own mad little group. His wife didn't know a thing about it. Of course, I'm so suspicious by nature, I should have gone on at once. Why, she... Well, what's the matter, darling?
I'm sorry, Florence. You'll have to excuse me.
But, darling, your dinner... You haven't even touched a thing.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry, but I'm not feeling very well. I'll be all right in the morning, though. See you then.
Well, whatever you say, Vivian. Of all mornings to have bad weather. I'm sure no one will want to come over.
It does look like a storm.
What is the matter with you?
Florence, I shouldn't have left Emily.
Oh, so that's it. You've had another spat.
I should go back right now.
Nonsense. You stay right here. That's the trouble with you, Vivian. You're always running back to apologize. Leave Emily alone. She'll get over it.
Oh, but you don't understand, Florence. I've got to talk to Emily. Florence, I want to use the phone, may I?
The phone? Oh, now, you're not going to call that dragon.
Florence, please.
All right, all right. You know where it is.
Operator?
Operator, my number, are you trying it?
I'm sorry, but that line is still busy. Would you kindly place your call later?
Busy? You're sure?
Porter 970 is busy, madam.
Oh, very well, thank you.
No luck?
I can't understand why it should be busy.
Oh, darling, nobody ever gets me. My line's always busy.
Yes, but Emily. I can't why she can't understand. It's her phone. Day of all day should be busy.
I still don't see why anyone should feel obliged to apologize to Emily.
I don't want to apologize, but I've got to speak to her right away.
Well, all right, darling, all right. Try the number again.
Oh, operator.
Operator?
Hello. Would you try my number again, Porter 970?
The circuits to Portertown are busy now, madam. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Vivian, you're working yourself up into a perfect frenzy.
Florence, I've just got to drive back home. I've made a terrible mistake.
But you can call later.
No, I can't wait. Emily wasn't feeling very well when I left, and I've got to get back now.
All this sudden solicitude for Emily's a bit baffling. I must say...
Solicitude. I'm more through, Florence. And I've got to go. I must leave right away.
Leave? But, Vivian, I don't understand. You were going to stay a week.
I know, Florence. Oh, please forgive me. Look, I'll be back. I'll leave my things. But now, I've got to go, Florence. I've got to hurry.
Yes, Vivian. At the moment, all that's on your mind as you drive your gray convertible out onto the road is the fear that you might be too late to right the terrible wrong that you've done, to intercept Emily's package with a poison capsule. As your car races along the slippery road, the full horror of what you've done sweeps over you. You can't believe you actually planned to kill Emily, can you? It's impossible. You keep telling yourself it never happened. Yes, that's what you're thinking as your foot presses down harder on the accelerator. You're concentrating so hard you don't hear the shrill, frantic warning until just before the crash.
Vivian.
Oh.
Vivian. It's Ken, darling. Can you hear me?
Ken. Oh. Kenneth.
You're all right now. There was an accident. You're at the hospital.
Accident?
No, easy.
Kenneth. How long have I been here?
You've been unconscious for 24 hours. You kept calling my name. And Emily's. The doctor sent for me.
Where? Emily. Where is...
Now, darling, don't you think about Emily. Just...
Kenneth. Where is she?
Please, you mustn't excite yourself, darling. Just...
Kenneth. What is it? Where's Emily?
I wasn't going to tell you, but Emily died last night.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But now, since most all of us are interested in making our budgets go farther these days, I'd like to tell you drivers how you can actually save money while enjoying today's finest battery, the new Signal Deluxe battery. The reason? These new super-quality Signal batteries are built to last and last, unlike ordinary batteries that may be guaranteed for a year or 18 months. New Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed for 30 months on a service basis. And all during their long, long life, you enjoy the powerful, most trouble-free performance ever built into a battery. For instance, These Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power because of their improved all-rubber separators, which are considered the finest type known to battery engineering. And their genuine hard rubber cases are designed to frequent a less friction of water. What's more, when you find out the generous trade-in Signal dealers are now offering for old batteries, plus convenient credit terms, you'll be surprised how little it will cost you to enjoy really quick starting this winter and for a long time to come with a Signal Deluxe battery. And now back to the Whistler.
You were too late, weren't you, Vivian? Too late to stop the terrible thing you started. And now it's all over. Emily's dead. Later that afternoon, an ambulance is bringing you back to Sedgwick Manor. You think of Kenneth riding in the car ahead. Kenneth still doesn't know, does he, Vivian? He doesn't know that you were responsible for Emily's death. Yes, you've got to tell him, haven't you, about the poison capsule.
What? There in the east?
Yes, a group of Boston men. Now, Dr. Morris seemed quite certain the clinic would be mine.
But I thought that Emily...
What's this?
Oh, Kenneth, you must listen.
Oh, that must be my call from the coroner's office. They'll tell me the results of the autopsy.
But Ken... Oh.
Hello? Yes? Yes, this is Dr. Thorpe.
Excuse me, Miss Vivian.
Yes, I wish you would.
Yes, Bessie. What is it?
I just wanted to know what I should do with this package.
Bessie, where did you get that package?
It just came in the afternoon mail. It's for Miss Emily.
But that's the package I mailed.
Well, the autopsy is just as I thought. Death by natural causes.
Oh, Kenneth, Oh, thank heaven. Oh, the package came a whole day late.
Package?
Yes. Oh, Kenneth, that's what I was trying to tell you. I mailed this package.
The postman said he was sorry the package came a day late. But you know what? He said it was your accident, your own car running into the train yesterday, that delayed the mail.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous and obedience to traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Francis Robinson and Rye Billsbury. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. with story to Allen by Robert Stephen Brody and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Sunday, October 17th, 1948, from the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Sunday, October 9th, 1954.
The Whistler. Presented by the United States Air Forces in Europe.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now here's the Whistling story, Stolen Letter.
As Susan Hayes, ambitious but none too successful young actress, approached the old-fashioned iron gate entrance to the home of an uncle she'd never seen, its appearance gave her a feeling of foreboding. She shivered slightly, and instead of entering the gates, Susan drove 100 feet or so past the gate, stopped beside one of the few electric light posts lining the lonely road, and reread the strange letter from her uncle she'd received a few days earlier.
My dear niece, Susan, since I have only a few weeks left to live, I should like very much to see a little of you before I go. Poor darling. My last will names you and my nephew, your cousin Hilary Weston, as equal beneficiaries. But in recent months, Hilary has proven not only unworthy, but dishonest as well. I've decided, therefore, to create a new will, naming you as sole beneficiary, or dividing my estate equally between you and some worthy charity. However, before I should like to know a little more about you. Of course. I would therefore appreciate it if you could attend 2 or 3 weeks as my house guest, arriving as soon as possible. Affectionately, Louis Denton.
You placed the letter in your purse. You just owe it to your uncle to spend at least a few home days, and then you enter the grounds. But after meeting your cousin Hilary, being shown to your room and dining, you begin to regret your decision. For your presence in the house is obviously distasteful to your cousin and your uncle's secretary, Patricia Meadows.
Why can't I see Uncle Louis this evening, Hilary? At least tell him I've arrived.
I'm sorry, Susan, but I have orders from the doctor to give Uncle his sedatives. I gave it, and it's past 9 now. Furthermore, he's not to be disturbed. It might make him restless.
I see. Well, tomorrow morning will do just as well, I suppose.
Patricia will take you to see him in the morning. She's been Uncle's secretary for nearly a year now. Right, Patricia?
Yes, but I couldn't make a go of it as an actress. I decided to become a secretary.
I may have to do the same thing. I'm an actress, too, but so far I haven't set any worlds on fire. I was planning on going to New York after leaving here. Oh.
Libby?
Horribly. If you two will excuse me, I think I'll retire. I'm awfully tired.
You retire to your room, but you're unable to sleep, aren't you, Susan? You have a feeling of uneasiness, almost fright. You get up and take your last 2 sleeping tablets, but you're still restless. Finally, at a little past 2 in the morning, you fall into a light sleep. In what seems like a few moments, you wake with a start. Certain you heard someone leave your room and close the door. You sit up in bed and wait a few minutes. Decide you were mistaken, that it was merely the curtains blowing in the breeze. Next morning, at a little past 8, you're knocked, wakened on your door.
Yes?
May I come in, Miss Hayes?
Oh, Miss Meadows?
Yes.
Of course. Come in.
Miss Hayes, I'm afraid I have for you bad news.
Yes?
Your uncle died in the night.
Oh, no. His heart?
Well, the doctor seems to think that he may have died from an overdose of sleeping tablets.
But I thought Hillary...
Well, Hillary gave him his one nightly sedative at 7 o'clock. But the doctor says his appearance definitely indicates that someone must have given him some more later on.
More? But who?
Well, that's what the sheriff wants to find out. He's downstairs now. He wants to talk to you as soon as you get dressed.
Miss Hayes, Hillary here, Mr. Weston, that is, tells me you're an equal beneficiary with him under the terms of your uncle's will.
That's what my uncle wrote me, Sheriff.
He also tells me that your uncle was intending to write a new will, eliminating you and leaving everything to Hillary.
Going on here? Hillary told you that?
Yes.
Then he didn't tell you the truth. My uncle wrote a letter and asked me to come and visit him here for a few days. He also told me quite definitely that he was very disappointed in Hillary, that he decided to write a new will, naming me as sole beneficiary and eliminating Hillary.
You have that letter?
Yes, it's on the dressing table in my room. I'll go get it.
Never mind. I'll go get it, Miss Hayes. You say you left the letter on your dressing table, Miss Hayes?
Of course, Sheriff. I read it over last night just before I went to bed.
There was no letter of any kind in your room, Miss Hayes. But I did find something else. An empty bottle marked sedative. Take only as prescribed. An overdose might prove dangerous.
You're certain of one of two facts, aren't you, Susan? Either your uncle died a natural death, or Hillary deliberately administered a fatal dosage of sleeping tablets to bring about his death before he had an opportunity to change his will. You tell your story to the sheriff over and over again, but he doesn't believe you, and you admit to yourself that in his position you probably wouldn't either. Hillary has lived in your uncle's home since he was a small child and has known the sheriffhood since boy. Everyone in town knows Hillary. You are a stranger, an outsider. You're surprised when the Krenwood sheriff leaves without placing you under arrest.
There's just nothing else I can say, Sheriff. I had the letter, and now it's gone.
Well, I think I found out all I can this morning anyway. There's nothing to do now but wait for the medical report. If Mr. Denton died from an overdose of sleeping tablets, I'm afraid it looks rather bad for you, Miss Hayes.
But look, I told you. I took the last 2 sleeping tablets in that bottle myself. Why should I want to kill my uncle? I've never even seen him.
From what Hillary here says, your motive was pretty clear.
But I tell you, I don't know anything about what my uncle had in mind. All I know about him was in the letter he wrote me, which Floyd's been destroyed by whoever killed my uncle, if he was killed.
Too bad you can't produce that letter your uncle wrote you. Might have helped your position a great deal.
Whoever killed my uncle destroyed that letter.
You're suggesting some specific person?
Yes. Whoever, again, had the most from my uncle's death.
From what Hillary says, you did. Anyway, you'll be hearing from us after we find the results of the medical report. I'll be back in 3 or 4 hours. Naturally, I expect all of you to remain in town.
Of course. Bye, Sheriff.
Bye, Hillary. Miss Meadows. Be seeing you, Miss Hayes. You'll all be here, of course.
Naturally.
Well, I think I'll ride with you, Sheriff. I've got a lot of things to do in town. I'll be back in 3 hours or so, Patricia. Take care of Susan.
Of course, Hillary.
You're in a bad spot, Miss Hayes.
Hillary lied to the sheriff, Patricia. Uncle Lewis wasn't planning on cutting me out of his will. He was planning on making me his sole heir, cutting Hillary out.
As your Aunt Hillary told him just the opposite.
He was lying. It was all in that letter my uncle wrote.
But you can't find that letter.
No, of course not. Because it was stolen from my room last night so Hillary could build this horrible frame against me. After he took the letter, he gave Uncle Lewis the sedatives that killed him. I knew
Oh, he did. I don't know what happened, Miss Hayes. But I do know that if I were you, I certainly wouldn't be here when the results of that autopsy are known.
You mean run away?
Yes.
But that would be the same as a confession of guilt.
Well, not necessarily. At least you'd have some time on your side. As things stand now, if your uncle really was murdered, you haven't a chance. Everyone will believe Hillary. The police, the judge, the jury, everyone. That's why I want to help.
What do you mean? How would you help me?
Well, look, you wouldn't dare to drive your own car. You'd be picked up in an hour. But I could drive you to the station, and you could take a bus to San Diego. And then you could take a plane to New York. And if you need money...
I have enough money. Look, why are you doing this?
Because I think it's the only sure way to keep you out of the gas chamber.
You really believe it's that bad?
As it looks now, yes. Of course, in time, I have a hunch you'll get a break.
Oh, I hate to run out. But I guess you're right. All right, I'll be ready to leave in 10 minutes.
Good. Now, no matter what happens, I'll manage to stall on your way until you're in New York. And in New York, no one will ever even know what happened out here.
Karen Layton, Sandusky, Ohio. Mm-hmm. Were you expecting any mail preceding your arrival, Miss Layton?
No.
Let's see. We have a small single on the 12th.
It'll be fine. Well, I'll only be here a few days.
Here we are, 1202. Boy, show Miss Layton to 1202.
Thank you. Oh, is there a beauty parlor close by?
Right across the street. Madame Dana's. After being shown to your room, you phone Madame Dana's beauty parlor and make an appointment for an hour later. Then you return to the lobby, buy an afternoon paper. Buried in an obscure spot on the 5th page, a small headline startles you.
West Coast actress sought in death of wealthy uncle.
It's a brief column, but as you read on, you're certain Patricia Meadows, whatever her motive, gave you sound advice when she urged you to disappear. The autopsy proved your uncle was killed by an overdose of sleeping tablets. And the case Hillary built against you was perfect. And you're certain you would have been tried and found guilty had you remained in Krenwood. You must now make certain that Susan Hayes is never found again. And your visit to the beauty parlor is an important step in that direction, where a brunette hair dye marks the end of Susan Hayes and the real beginning of Karen Layton. No recent pictures of you are out. You've never met a New York agent. So you decide to try and begin a new career as an actress. The change in your appearance seems to bring about a change in your luck, doesn't it? You call on dramatic producer Brad Williams, where you're hired as an understudy to the star of his current show. 8 months later, you're the star of a new Brad Williams production, a smash hit after 6 weeks on Broadway. It's the realization of all your dreams, isn't it? For days at a time, you forget Krenwood, your uncle, that you were ever Susan Hayes. Then one Wednesday, you're sitting in your dressing room following the midweek matinee.
Yes?
A lady to see you, Miss Layton.
Oh, tell her to come in.
Hello, Miss Layton.
Oh, how do you do? Afraid I don't know you.
I'm Patricia Meadows. And I do know you, Miss Hayes.
Miss Hayes?
Susan Hayes. You know, Susan, you shouldn't have appeared on that television show last week. I recognized you instantly, even with the black hair.
When you were mixed up, Miss Meadows is
Patricia Meadows. Remember? Secretary to your late uncle, Louis Denton. And you're still Susan Hayes. Well, I'd recognize you anywhere.
Oh, really, I don't know what this is all about, but Karen Layton is not only my professional name, it's my real name.
Have it your way. But I'm wiring the sheriff of Krenwood County that I'm certain I've found the missing Susan Hayes, wanted on suspicion of murder. Goodbye, Miss Hayes.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
What is it you want from me?
Very little, really. Just get me established in show business. You're a big star now, and I've always wanted to be.
Naturally, I'll be glad to help in any way I can, but...
Well, you can manage what I want very easily. I just want to be your understudy.
My understudy?
Yes. I could learn a lot watching you.
I see. And then in a few months, I'll become ill, and you'll take over the part.
That is a possibility, isn't it?
What makes you think you could play the part?
I can play the part.
You'll have to audition. Brad Williams, the producer, isn't easy to please.
Neither am I. Can you arrange it soon?
Ain't you not? I think so. Maybe another month or two.
You know, Karen, well, lately you haven't been looking very well. Even Brad's noticed it. He mentioned it to me only yesterday.
After a subtle hint from you.
Perhaps.
How can I possibly explain to Brad that I'm ill? He'd insist on his own doctor examining me.
Oh, you'll think of something. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to have me notify the Krenwood police that I found Susan Hayes.
Oh, I guess you will. And you're right. I'll think of something.
And you do think of something, don't you, Susan? You're certain now that Patricia Meadows was Hillary's accomplice in the death of your uncle. And you know that as long as she is alive, your career, perhaps your life, is in jeopardy. So you make your decision, don't you, Susan? As soon as you're certain Patricia has left the theater, you walk directly to the office of Brad Williams.
Hi, Karen.
Hello, Brad.
What have you got in your mind? Everything okay?
Yes and no.
Uh-oh. What does that mean?
Brad, would you mind too much if I left the show for a couple of weeks?
Huh?
Let Patricia Meadows play the part.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been feeling well. I don't know what's the matter, but I'm just tired, that's all. If I don't rest for a couple of weeks, I'm honestly afraid I'll become ill.
Well, have you seen a doctor?
Oh, of course. Says there's nothing wrong with me, but I know how I feel, Brad. I've just got to rest for a couple of weeks.
Well, of course, honey. You mean to me than a lot more show. You mean more to me than anything.
I do.
You know you do. This isn't a very romantic place to tell you, but I love you, Karen.
You're sure?
Of course. I've loved you for months. I want you to marry me.
Oh, Brad, darling.
You still want to leave the show for 2 weeks?
Oh, yes, more than ever now. I'd like to have Patricia take over Monday. But I'll make a deal with you.
What kind of a deal?
If you'll just let me have your Mountain Lodge Sunday, I'll take Patricia up there and rehearse her all day.
It's a deal. I'll call her right away.
No, let me call her. I'll phone her this evening.
Hello?
Hello, Patricia. Like I told you, you win. I told Brad right after you left. You're taking over the part Monday.
But you think of something?
Brad wants me to rehearse you all day Sunday. He suggested we drive up to his mountain lodge and work all day, okay?
Suits me.
Okay? We'll be ready about 8 Sunday morning. I'll pick you up.
Now, you've not only your career to think about, your freedom. Brad, too. There's Brad. And whatever happens to Patricia Meadows, she brought it on herself, didn't she? Yes, you're calm as you work out your plans for Sunday afternoon. When you're sure Patricia will have a fatal accident and be out of your life forever. Sunday afternoon, a few hundred feet from Brad's lodge on a grassy knoll overlooking a cliff, with a sheer drop of 200 feet, you and Patricia are working hard on stage business as Patricia goes through line after line of dialogue. Perfect.
Was my walk all right that time? Yes, but when you read that line, I love him, I can't do without him, I just can't. You should take about 5 steps forward and speak more slowly. Oh, you ought to be holding his picture, too.
Okay, I'll hold my purse for a prop. I'll do it perfectly this time. And now you watch. I love him. I can't do without him. I just can't.
It's going exactly as you planned, isn't it, Susan? She's only 10 or 12 feet away from the cliff. Run a quick forward, a hard push, 2 at the most, while she's off balance. And your worries are over. You drop your script and start forward. And then stop. You can't do it, can you, Susan? No, you can't kill. Patricia turns back towards you.
Was I all right? You were excellent.
I thought when you came over so quickly, I did something wrong.
You're lucky, Patricia. I was going to push you off the cliff, kill you. I'd planned it ever since I'd arranged to bring you up here.
I didn't think you had it in you.
I haven't. But the game's over, Patricia. I'm going to the police and tell them everything.
You're charged with maybe charter.
Maybe. Maybe not. When I tell them you've been protecting me all this time, and they start questioning you and Hillary, I've an idea things might turn out a little differently than you think.
Now, wait a minute. What can you gain by going to the police? I'm the only one who knows who you are. Now, look, just forget about leaving this show. I'll just stay on as your understudy, and sooner or later I'll get a break.
You've gotten your last break as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to the police and tell them everything.
No, you're not. I'm not going to lose after getting this far. With you out of the West Star in a year, I'll be going over that cliff.
No, Patricia, be careful. Patricia, give me your hand.
You remember trying to seize the hand of Patricia Meadows. A feeling of falling into space, then black emptiness. And now, as you slowly open your eyes, you hear a voice.
Karen?
The voice of Brad Williams. At first, as though it were thousands of miles away.
Karen?
Then it comes closer. Closer.
Karen? It's Brad.
Brad? How... Where am I?
You're in the living room of the lodge, and you're all right. But it's a miracle you didn't fall over that cliff. You were only a few inches from the edge when you fainted. Lucky thing I decided to run up and see how you girls were getting along. Otherwise, you might have rolled over.
Then I didn't fall?
You merely fainted, darling. We had quite a time bringing you around. You were out for nearly an hour. A type of shock, according to the doctor.
Patricia, did she...
I'm afraid she did, darling. Over the cliff.
Oh, Brad, I tried to save her. I tried hard to grab her hand even at the last.
And that was obvious to the police from the way you were holding her purse. It was in your hand when we found you.
I have to tell you this, Brad. I had planned to kill her. But when it came to the time, I just couldn't.
Of course you couldn't. You couldn't kill anyone. Don't even talk about it.
She slipped wanting to... She was to push me.
I said not to talk about it. There now. Feeling better?
I'm all right.
Karen, why didn't you tell me the looking for you? Police will...
You knew.
Not till just now. Patricia left the whole story in her purse. Lucky you held on to it when you tried to save her.
You mean she left a confession?
A newspaper clipping, 6 months old. Your cousin, Hillary Weston, confessed to killing your uncle when an audit of his book showed thefts that only your cousin could have committed. Weston broke down, told everything. He gave Patricia $5,000 to persuade you to run. In a way, it could look as though you'd done it. Later, she decided to capitalize on your success.
You mean I've been hiding from nothing?
Well, not exactly. The police have been looking for you so that the money your uncle left you can be turned over to you. Incidentally, darling, I didn't realize I was marrying an heiress.
Listen next week when once again the United States Air Forces in Europe present The Whistler.
From the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. Just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Sunday, October 3rd, 1994. Stay tuned. Spent for next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.macandmine.com for a schedule. We now present Suspense on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of originally aired Thursday, July 4th, 1946. 75 years ago today.
Now, wine, Roma, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Leon Ames as star of An Evening's Diversion, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. R-O, that's M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Leon Ames in a remarkable tale of suspense.
It was literally just what the doctor had ordered. There wasn't anything in particular wrong with me, just feeling a little edgy, so I went for a routine checkup.
How many hours a day do you work, Mr. Edwards?
Well, I don't know, Doctor. I never kept track.
I get home for dinner very often?
Not lately.
Grab a sandwich at the drugstore and go on back to the office, I imagine. I've got a lot of patients like you. The ulcer type of business executive, I call you.
You mean
No, you haven't an ulcer yet. Oh. Just overwork, nervous strain. A month's vacation is what you need.
But, Doctor, I can't...
Yes, I know I tell you what you can do, say that, though.
Yes?
Done wonders for some of my patients. An evening's diversion.
Oh, I don't work late every night. Why, I took my wife out to dinner in the theater only last week.
Oh, I don't mean that kind of diversion. Rushing home and putting on dinner clothes, fighting for a table in a restaurant, rushing onto the theater, that's work, too. I know from experience.
Well, then, what do you mean by an evening's diversion? Dropping in at the club for a thrilling game of chess?
Well, that's no good either. You wind up talking business. No, what I have in mind is something different. Go out on your own. Go someplace you wouldn't normally think of going. Then relax. See what happens.
Now, look here, Doctor. I'm a married man. I can't...
Well, then you aren't likely to get in any serious trouble.
So, that's your prescription. Oh, really,
now,
Doctor,
don't misunderstand me, Mr. Edwards. There's more than one kind of adventure to be found in a city this size. You'd be surprised just how many different things you can do.
Of course, I didn't take him seriously. How could I? In the first place, I didn't have gallivanting around to strange places looking for trouble. And in the second place, I told myself I was too old for that sort of thing. I made a mental note to find a sensible doctor who would prescribe some pills the way a doctor should, and went on back to the office. It was after 5 when I got there, and I could have kicked myself for wasting an afternoon like that. There was a stack of briefs on my desk that I hadn't even looked at. That meant another late night. Hello.
Hello, dear. It's me.
Oh, hello, Lily. Look, honey, I was just going to call.
Now, Paul, you're not going to tell me you're working late again tonight.
I'm afraid so, darling.
Oh, dear. I suppose there's no use arguing with you. Did you see the doctor?
Yes, I saw him.
What did he say?
Oh, the usual nonsense. Said I needed an evening's diversion.
Well, he's quite right. You do.
Maybe so. Anyway, I'll be late, so don't wait up.
Paul, do you absolutely have to stay at the office tonight?
Absolutely.
You couldn't possibly just a week to get home to bed earlier.
Not a chance.
Oh, dear. Well, what time do you think you will get home?
Oh,
then?
11:30.
Well, there's milk in the icebox if you're hungry when you get in.
Thanks, honey. Good night.
Good night, dear. Now, don't work too hard.
I'll try not to.
Yes, Mr. Edwards?
Oh, I'm working late again, Lois. I don't suppose you'd be interested in earning some more overtime.
Well, frankly, not tonight, Mr. Edwards. I'd like to help out, but I've stayed every night this week, and I'm just dead. I don't see how you do it.
What do you do on your first evenings?
Oh, go to the movies sometimes. Sometimes my just drop boyfriend and out in some place that looks interesting and just relax and see what happens.
What happens?
Well, sometimes nothing. Sometimes all sorts of things. Once there was a shooting right in the place where we were sitting. Gangsters.
It doesn't sound very relaxing to me.
Oh, but it is. I mean, you get in a rut kind of going to the office and home again day after day. I couldn't stand it if there wasn't some excitement now and then.
Well, I'll have a good time this evening.
Thanks, Mr. Edwards. Anything you want me to do before I go?
No. Good night. Oh, Lois.
Yes, Mr. Edwards?
What was the name of that place where the gangsters were?
Oh, let me think. Oh, yes, Paracino's. It's in a basement, sort of, over on Rod Street near 3rd.
That must be quite a place. Well, good night again.
Good night.
After she'd gone, I opened a folder and started to read. But I couldn't concentrate. It was one of the Duffy in there. So I got up and crossed the room and raised the window. I stood there for a few moments, looking out at all the vast city spread out below me. A warm breeze was blowing from across the river, bringing with it a smell of disturbing trees and damp earth that mingled with smoke and fumes and fetid air of the city and seemed to breed a kind of excitement. Suddenly, I remembered that I had missed lunch and I was hungry. So I walked out into the corridor of the building and started toward... I hadn't the elevator. Bothered to get my hat. I was only going out for a sandwich.
Going down. Oh, it's you, Mr. Edwards.
How's everything, Joe?
Oh, you know. Oh, yeah. Can't complain. Going home?
Oh, no, Joe. Downstairs for a sandwich.
Oh, man, you sure put in the hours, don't you?
Oh, I don't mind.
I guess your work must be pretty interesting. Man, if I didn't do something besides run this elevator and go home, I'd go nuts.
Well, what else do you do?
Oh, I don't know. Seems like there's always something. Just walking around the city is a heck of a good time as far as I'm concerned.
You might have something there.
Yeah. Well, here you are, Mr. Edwards.
Thanks, Joe. See you in...
Yeah, I know. In 15 minutes.
Yes, No. By George, I won't. I won't go back. Something in his tone of voice must have decided me. He wasn't just he was a fresh kid, really sorry for me. When I got outside on the street, that air hit me again, that warm summer air. I started walking, not paying any attention to where I was, just walking and enjoying that wonderful air. I must have been walking for nearly an hour before I noticed where I'd got to. It was Rod Street, and up ahead was a flickering neon sign. Pirocino's. The place was bigger than I expected and stark empty. There were double rows of booths down the two sides of it and a high partition in the middle. In the gray overhead lighting, it looked like an abandoned stable. I was on the point of leaving the place when a sloppy-looking waitress nowhere appeared from there.
Just you alone?
Yes,
This way.
Look here. It seems as if I've come in at an awkward time. And...
Early for dinner, but you can have a sandwich.
Oh, well, all right then.
This booth all right?
Yeah, fine.
We got ham and Swiss cheese, and that's all.
That'll be fine. On rye.
Both?
Yes.
It won't be long.
I sat there watching her as she slouched down the narrow aisle of booths to the kitchen. Then she was gone, and there was nothing to look at. The silence in the place was beginning to get me. Then I heard the door open, and sitting down the steps, come stairway from the entrance. Sitting down, I couldn't see over the top of my booth, and I didn't have the curiosity to stand up. They went down the aisle between the booths on the other side of the room. They were both men. One had metal cleats on his heels.
In here, huh?
The whole row of booths shook when they sat down. They were apparently rather heavy men. When they started talking, I could hear them as plainly as if they were sitting across the table from me.
I told you this place would be empty.
Why couldn't we talk just as well in your room?
I like it here.
Well, what do you want?
Am I cut of that 50 grand?
Don't rush me.
What happened? Same dame double-cross you?
I didn't say that.
All she's got to do is slip that stuff in this coffee. Why don't she do it?
I'm seeing her tonight.
You've been seeing her every night for 3 months. What do you talk about?
I'm doing this my own way, see?
You're nuts about her, ain't you?
What if I am?
It's bad business.
Nah, you done anything like that. Stand it. It takes time with a dame like that.
In the meantime, maybe she gets tired of you and spills the whole caper.
That's my lookout.
Oh, no, it's not, Maxie. There's me to think of, too, and the rest of the boys.
Okay. I'll give her the final pitch tonight. If she stalls me again...
You know what to do, Maxie.
Where's that slob of a hash slinger? I'm hungry.
Buy a big feed, Maxie. Uptown afterwards.
What makes you so sure I'll have to kill her?
Oh, my God.
Nothing, Maxie. Just a hunch. Come on, let's get out of here. One thing more, Maxie. Take the subway. No taxis, you hear?
Why, my goodness.
Here's your sandwich. Want anything with it?
No. I've got no. Never mind to leave right away. Here's for the sandwich and keep the change. I caught up with him near the corner of 7th Avenue. I knew it was him because of those metal cleats on his heels. Down and followed him to the subway. He walked up to the end of the platform. I waited where I was. It was as hot as a furnace down there. My heart was pumping fast with excitement, and I could hardly breathe. But an diversion. I walked to the far end of the platform. He didn't look around at me. When the train stopped, he went in through the center door. I went in by the door at the rear of the car. Inside the train, I saw him for the first time in a good light. He was well-dressed, almost too well-dressed. He must have felt me staring at him. He didn't look my way, but he began to jitter. He kept jiggling his right leg and looking at his watch. He wound it, and then he put it to his ear. I studied him. He was more than nervous. He was worried, perhaps frightened. He unfastened the top button of his shirt and loosened his tie. He looked over at me once or twice as if he knew me but couldn't place me. He unbuttoned his coat and tried to relax. But I knew that he couldn't relax. Not with a gun holster under his coat.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you a star, Leon Ames, in an evening's diversion. A radio play by Stan Schlesinger. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. When you finish work hot from these blistering summer days, you deserve something cool to come home to. And what could fresh be more ring than the frosty luxury of Roma wine and soda, iced, America's smartest, coolest summer drink. For Roma wine and soda, so good, so cool, so refreshing, is the perfect summer thirst quencher. On a moment's notice, you can serve and enjoy Roma coolers, delicious as a family treat, delightful for entertaining, too. Just half fill a tumbler with Roma California Burgundy or any other fine Roma wine of your choice. Then add ice. Fill with sparkling stir water. If you prefer a sweeter drink, simply add sugar. Presto! Your Roma wine cooler is ready to enjoy. And because Roma draws upon the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, a cooler made with Roma is bound to be better tasting. So, for cool, satisfying refreshment, enjoy Roma wine and soda. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Leon Ames as Paul Edwards in An Evening's Diversion, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The train stopped at the 59th Street station, and he got up to leave. I followed him out of there. We got off the train, and he hurried across the dark, deserted platform. I walked slowly so that he wouldn't know he was being... He followed to the rear of the platform and into a phone booth. His call didn't take more than 3 minutes, and as he came out, I thought I saw a smile on his lips. I flattened myself against the wall, hoping he wouldn't notice me, but he lit a cigarette and walked right over.
Something I can do for you, mister?
What?
I said, is there something I can do for you?
No, that is...
You're following me, aren't you?
Well, now, see here, I don't...
Shut up. Dick,
What?
A flatfoot, a copper.
Well, no, I'm not.
Well, following me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got on at the 8th Street station. You
Well-
followed me when I got off here. You watched me when I went into the phone booth.
Well,
And now you're on my tail again. What's the game? Maybe I'd like to play.
No, you play with guns. I don't.
Pretty sharp guy, aren't you?
Well, you must have a guilty conscience.
Let's leave my conscience out of this. Just keep away from me, you understand? Keep away or you'll get hurt.
Yes, I think I understand.
I hope you do. Hey, for yours. Now, here comes a train. I'm getting on it. If you're going uptown, you'll wait for the next one.
Yes, all
I
right.
don't want any funny business, mister. You'll find I've got no sense of humor.
He ran for the train, and as he ran, a scrap of pink-colored paper fell from his pocket to the platform. I made it up. He was watching no movement to make certain I didn't board the train. Last the train, I waited until it was out of sight. People were still clearing the platform. I was about to pick up the scrap of paper when a man hurried by and kicked it to the tracks below. I had paper to have that, so I jumped down to the tracks. There were dozens of papers down there, but only one pink-colored scrap. There was an address written on it, 375 Highland Drive.
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing down there?
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. An address that I dropped in here, but I found it.
I don't care if you dropped your old lady down there. You're not supposed to be down on the tracks.
I know, but
now get out of there, but fast. Here, grab my hat.
Thanks. I didn't mean to break the law, officer, but it was important that I get that paper.
Yeah, you're up. I ought to run you in for this.
But I hope you won't.
What if you was to get hit down there? You'd throw the whole train schedule off.
Well, I wouldn't want to cause anyone any inconvenience.
Okay. But don't let it happen again.
Outside, I hailed a taxi. This time, I was lucky. I got one.
Hop in, mister. Where to?
375 Highland Drive, and hurry, please. Well, why are you stopping?
Red light, mister.
There isn't time to stop for red lights. I've got to get to 375 Highland Drive, and I've got to get there before it's too late.
Relax, mister. She'll wait. See, where was I? Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, things get pretty dull for a hack driver. Sometimes I think to myself, why not forget about it for a little while? No, go home, get the wife, get the kids.
The taxi seemed to crawl along, and the driver kept talking. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. His voice, the rattle of traffic, the ticking of the meter, and the beating of my heart all blurred into one great din. It seemed that the driver made every stop sign. The cab was getting stuffy, and his voice began to feel like red-hot needles were penetrating. Shut up!
Huh? What?
I said shut up.
Wise guy.
Why are you stopping? There's no red light.
No, there ain't. I'll shut up, okay, if you pay up and get out.
Get out?
You heard me. I don't like your attitude. I may not be much, but nobody walks on me. Now get out.
But I'll never get another taxi.
Stop. You're breaking my heart.
Oh, you fool. This is a matter of life and death. I told you that. Now, look, here's $5. Get me to 375.
Mister, $500 wouldn't get you to the next corner as far as I'm concerned. Now, you going to get out or am I going to...
Look.
Kick you out.
I'm sorry. I apologize. But please, you must get me to 375.
And here's your change. $4.50. Skip the tip and get out.
I've got your number. Your company will hear about this.
Yeah, and I got your number, too. Hit the road, brother.
I stood there for a moment, watching the taxi until it was out of sight. I was on Highland Drive, all right, but I was 5 blocks from 375. I wondered if I would be too late. The man with the gun must be out of the subway by now. That would put him only 3 blocks from 375. I walked faster and faster until I was almost running. I knew I was becoming involved in something. Just how I didn't know. If I had felt then like I do right now, I would have turned around and walked in the other direction. As I neared the apartment house, I instinctively slowed down. fear of not out of what was ahead of me, but for what was behind me. I stopped. Someone was behind me. I didn't have to turn around. I knew who it was.
You showed me good enough, pal.
But what makes you think I don't have business of my own here?
Start walking. I got a gun in your back.
Where are you taking me?
Start walking across the street. Don't try anything. I just decided now is Loon let you have it.
You're going to kill me?
You catch on fast.
But why? Why? I haven't done anything to you. I don't even know who you are.
That's rough. Straight ahead. We're going to take a little walk through the park.
Listen, let me go. I won't repeat this to the police. You have my word.
I don't want your word. I told you not to follow me, but you did. I don't know how you did it, but you're here. Turn right down this path.
You're out of your mind.
And you'll be out of your misery.
Look, I've got money. I'll give you anything you want.
Can it? Somebody's coming. Keep your trap shut. Let me do the talking.
Say, son, do you live around here?
Who wants to know?
Oh, me? I was just wondering if you know this neighborhood.
Oh.
How about you, mister?
Well,
I don't know the neighborhood either.
No? Well, could you tell me this much? Would, let me see now. 485 Highland Drive be in this direction?
I said we don't know the neighborhood.
Oh, you don't? Well, thanks anyway. Guess I'm going in the right direction. My feet are killing me.
Oh, hey, you,
Shut up.
Yeah, what is it?
Nothing. We weren't talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Talking again. Start.
Do you mind if I ask you something?
That all depends.
Just who were you going to kill tonight, other than me?
A certain party in apartment 1A.
What?
What are you going to do about it?
Oh, I was just curious, that's all.
Like a cat, huh?
Why were you going to kill this party?
This is far enough.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm through answering questions, pal.
Look, what are you going to gain by killing me?
Nothing.
But I
Except
swear
my
that...
life.
I swear
Save your breath.
Someone else is coming. You can't get away with this.
Where the devil is all this traffic coming from?
Listen,
Listen, mister, keep your eye on me, and remember I've got this gun on you. Don't try any funny stuff like you did the last time.
It's a policeman.
Cop. It doesn't make any difference to me. What I said still goes.
Nobody can talk to me like that. I'll have you know my kid can lick your kid any old day.
Shut up, I said.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Hey, what's going on?
You keep on
here,
this officer.
Hey, take it easy, buddy. Take it easy. What's with this guy?
Oh, don't pay any attention to him, officer. He's nuts.
But I'm not a fathead like you flatfoot.
He don't know what he's talking about, officer. He just talks a lot too much.
You know what I'm going to do when you go?
Jump in the river, I hope.
I'm going up and down the street and break every window I can reach.
Not while I'm around, you're not. I'm taking you along with me just for safekeeping.
Okay. Oh, yeah? You and who else?
Hey, I'll take care of him, officer. I'll take care of him good.
Yeah? Well, all right. But you're responsible for
Yeah.
it. I don't want to see any broken windows.
Oh, sure.
You understand?
Officer.
Okay.
Sure.
No one is going to take care of me. I'll take care of myself.
Hey, come back here. Come back here, I said. I don't want any broken windows, you hear?
I ran deep into the heart of the park. I knew he wouldn't fire after me with the policeman there. I hid in the bushes for almost 20 minutes. From time to time, I could hear his searching steps. Occasionally, he would walk slowly toward the bush I was hiding under. I was afraid to breathe, afraid to allow my heart another beat. Then, for a moment, he would stop. I could easily have reached out and touched him. He was that close. Then he would go, still searching. I waited 5 minutes more, 10, 20, a half hour. He didn't return. I knew where he had gone. I knew he was about to commit a murder. I went into the apartment house through the service entrance. My legs felt like rubber, and my clothes were torn from the bushes in the park. I walked quietly up the steps to the first floor, made sure the corridor was empty, then moved to the door of apartment 1A and listened. For a moment, I heard nothing. And then that voice familiar seeped through the crack beneath the door.
So, you've decided to back out, huh?
Oh, Max, I'm afraid.
What's there to be afraid of, sweetheart?
I'm afraid for you. We'd never get away with it.
Who says we wouldn't? Just you let me take care of him. Or maybe you still love him, huh?
I know it. Owe them.
And why hold back? Why make yourself miserable any longer? It's you and me, sweetheart. Do you get that? You and me. That's the way it's got to be.
I'm sorry, Max. I can't do it. I won't.
You can't.
Why
can't out now?
can't
You
I?
know too much.
Oh, Max, if that's what's worrying you, I would...
That's what's worrying me.
Don't you trust me, darling?
Sure. Sure, when I can see you. That's why we've got to be together. Or maybe you want to bump him off and take all the dough yourself.
Oh, Max.
Sure. That's it. Oh, what a sap I've been.
Don't be a fool.
I'm going.
I'll hear from you, won't I, darling?
Not a chance. Be hearing from you. Won't anyone, sweetheart?
Max, put away that gun.
I'm checking you out, Lily.
Max, listen, please. Max, listen, don't do it. I'm with you. You know that, don't
Let go
you?
of my arm.
Max,
Let go, I tell you.
listen.
Be careful or you'll... Lily.
Max? Darling, I mean it. Max, I didn't do it. Max, I didn't mean to do it.
Her back was to me as I opened the door. She was on her knees weeping for the man she had just killed. I walked quietly toward her, knelt down and reached for the gun at her side, picked it up, moved a few steps back and waited. She must have felt my presence in the room because she stopped sobbing, stood up and turned to face me. Nothing was said. Her eyes were searching mine, growing wider and wider as she...
Police department.
You'd better send someone over to 375 Highland Drive right away. Apartment 1A.
375 Highland Drive, apartment 1A, huh? What's up?
I think you'll call it murder. I just killed my wife.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear Leone again from the star of an evening's diversion, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. The 4th of July marks not only Independence Day, but also the beginning of the really hot summer weather, the sweltering, throat-parching days that melt your energy and burn your disposition. Well, here's a clever California recipe that's famous as a heat beater. To get cool, comfortable, and contented, enjoy an ice-cold, taste-tingling Roma wine lemonade. That's right, Roma wine. Delicious, refreshing, inexpensive. Now, here's how. Place ice and the juice of half a lemon in a tall glass. Pour 3/4 full with zestful Roma California Burgundy or any other Roma wine you prefer. Add water and sweeten to taste. Then sit back and sip your way to cool contentment. Roma wine lemonade, the most refreshing summer drink you ever tasted. So cool to come home to. And remember, Roma, America's favorite wine, makes America's finest wine coolers. So refresh with Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, America's first choice in wine.
This is Leon Ames. I hope you've had a pleasant 4th of July. I know that for me it's been an exciting holiday to appear here on Suspense. Next Thursday, I'm sure you'll want to listen when a very wonderful actor, Sheldon Leonard, appears in a suspense play called To the Fury Feces, which Mr. Spear has just described to me and which sounds like one of the really dramatic events of the radio season.
Leon Ames appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Easy to Wed. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Sheldon Leonard as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, July 4th, 1946, 75 years ago today. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, October 7th, 1948.
In just a moment, Suspense with Ray Milland.
Say, Harlow Wilcox, do you know what day this is?
Do I know what day this is? Does a dame know what a date is? Does a truck driver know what a spark plug is?
Well,
Why, listen, my Autolite friend. This is the day you plagued me with silly questions when I tell you about Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay full batteries, Autolite ignition systems, and 400 other Autolite...
I guess I got you, Harlow. That's not the answer.
Why, of course that's not the answer. Here's the answer. This is SP Day, Autolite resistor spark plug day. And furthermore, it's the day before T-Day.
T-Day?
Sure, that's tomorrow, Truckers' Day.
Oh.
The day all the American Trucking Association fellas get together in Washington to chin, chuckle, and chortle over their carefree careers as their trucks cross the continent with no thought of trouble or terrain.
Well, how come?
My friend, well, I wouldn't say that Autolite spark plugs and stay full batteries are wholly responsible, but, well, use your own judgment.
I'll take your word for it, Harlow. Now let's switch to Suspense.
Suspense.
Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, starring Midnight to Ray Milland in Anton Leader's production of Night Cry, by Whitworth, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Report to the captain of the Homicide Bureau, Manhattan. From Detective Lieutenant Mark Deglin. You know, we always say that the cat waits for the mouse to run, the dog waits for the cat to run, and the police wait for the killer to run. But if he's a smart killer, a real smart guy, if he doesn't run at all, but just stands and laughs, or even walks quietly and easily away, he can really get away with murder. There's a lot of murder around Homicide Squad beside the stiffs we work on. Like the knifing I got when they passed me up and made you Lieutenant Knight, an acting captain and head of the squad. Funny how a little promotion goes to a guy's head. It was Friday that you got your promotion, and that evening, after you'd sent for me, I had to warm a chair outside until you were ready to see me. Remember?
Captain Knight will see you now, Lieutenant.
Well, that's sweet of him.
Come on over and have a chair, Deglin. Mark?
Sure. Why not? Congratulations, Captain Knight.
That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, Mark. You know, I didn't want this. I didn't do anything to get it.
Sure. Of course, playing golf with the commissioner's brother-in-law had nothing to do with it.
You know it didn't, Mark. The force isn't run that way. Now, look, I've worked with you for a long time, and there's no reason why we can't get along fine.
Sure, no reason.
I'm the first to say that you're the best man on homicide, Mark. And, well, it's not my place to tell you, but I think you ought to know the reason why you didn't get the promotion instead of me.
I'm listening.
You know, Mark, the police department has come a long way from what it used to be. Now, take homicide. It's no longer a question of one man going out and sapping some poor devil until he gets a confession. All of us, detectives, identification, lab men, telegraph, the medical examiner's office, we're all one big team.
You know, that sounds like the commissioner's number 2 speech for the Rotarians.
But it's true, Mark. And that's why the police board didn't give you this job. In an age of cooperation, you're still a one-man force.
How many killers did I bring in during the last 5 years?
Every one you went after. I know that, and so does the police board. But a lot of them had marks on them that they didn't have before you went after them. And some of them had to be carried in.
Sure, but I got 'em, and quick. Some of them I even had booked before that team you mentioned got around to deciding what killed the victim. No.
Mark, I was sorry to hear about
forget about it, Dan. If I'd wanted a desk job, I wouldn't be a cop. I'd rather bring 'em in than look at 'em after they're brought in. Go on, let's go. And for a minute, I didn't mind not getting the captaincy. There was something about being on a job, about starting out to look for a killer that beat anything in the world. We got to the big brownstone that was the gambling joint. Riley and I walked up the front stairs.
The doorman called me off the beat. The dead man's name is L.O. Morrison. Mr. Karlstrom here is the owner of the club, and he says...
Save it, Cork, until we ask for it.
Yes, sir.
What do you think, Riley?
He's dead, all right.
Well, take another look at that stiff. He's got a fresh cut over one eye, which he must have gotten before he was killed.
Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't be that bruised if he got it when he was killed.
Well, let's find out how he got it. All right, you.
Yes, Inspector?
Now to Lieutenant Deglin.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you, Lieutenant Deglin.
Well, stick around. You'll get some first-hand knowledge. What is it? Kind of a...
Well, this is a private club. The members have their own keys and let themselves.
Oh, a key club, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Who'd the dead man have a fight with?
Well, I don't like to say this, but he had a fight with Kpnl Payne. I asked Mr. Payne to leave.
Kpnl Payne, isn't that the guy who was a war hero?
Yes, that's right.
War hero, huh? And he's still fighting the war. Well, having a key could come back after you threw him out.
Yes, he could have come back.
Was he alone?
No, Miss Morgan Taylor was with him.
Where does Payne live?
Well,
Here's his address book, Lieutenant. Payne is in here.
Thanks. Okay, Dan, you can finish up here. I think I'll look up this war hero.
Mark, don't you think you ought to wait for the medical examiner and the ID boys to arrive?
Why? I don't need the ME to tell me this guy is dead, nor identification to tell me he had a fight with Payne. This murder is tailor-made, and I'm going down and try Payne on for size. There was a short street just off the Hudson River where a lot of artists and duck wallopers live. There was a dim light in the hall, and I went up the stairs. Light spilled out from under the door that had Payne's name marked on it, and
All right, it's open.
he was sitting on the bed. He had an army kit bag open and partly packed. There was a white bandage over his right eye, and the drawers of the bureau were open.
Now, what do you want?
Little talk. Your name Payne?
Yeah. But you know, beat anyone I hit.
We'll get acquainted. This, badge will introduce us.
You know what you can do with that badge.
You know, I almost forgot you were a hero. How long you been here?
You want to go on, maybe, and get out.
How'd you get to be a hero, Payne? With a knife?
Look, I don't know you. Now go on, get out.
Yeah, you're a bad, tough little punk, aren't you, hero? Especially tough for a boy who's just killed a man.
What are you talking about?
Where's the dame you were with? Maybe she can tell you about the guy you had a fight with. Then went back and
keep her out of it.
Look, Sonny, you were maybe tough overseas, but back here you're just another meatball. Now talk.
What are you, a tough cop? Well, let's see how tough.
Sure, I'm a tough cop. I hit him 3 times. No more than that. He fell. His head hit the edge of the bed, then he slumped to the floor. His breathing was heavy for a minute, and then it stopped. I stood looking at him, rubbing my knuckles. Then I reached down and felt his wrist. He was was dead. Well, there was another trial the taxpayers wouldn't have to pay for. I got up, went to the phone I'd seen in the hall.
Night talk.
Daglin here. Look, I just...
Oh, wait a minute, Mark. Hey, close that door, will you? Now that the case is broken, Mark, they're talking their heads off.
Case is broken?
Yeah, it was Karlstrom. He got panicky and started to run. You know, Riley, when they run, he shoots. He nailed him in the shoulder, and Karlstrom thought he was going to die and confessed. The dead man was into the gambling house for $50,000 and wouldn't pay, so Karlstrom stuck the knife into him. Hello? You still on?
Yeah. I just dropped some change.
Did you find Payne?
I think he's cleared out. Clothes and the bathroom stuff's all gone.
He has. Well, he probably saw something. He didn't want to get mixed up in it. Well, we can always put out an alarm on him. Go home and get some sleep, Mark.
Yeah. I'll get some sleep. While I hung up, and Payne's walked back to the room. I looked down at him. Thought what a lousy time to make a mistake. Well, there was only one smart way out. I had to bring Candle Payne back to life long enough to be seen taking a run-out powder. I needed some good, reliable witnesses. That way, I could get away with murder.
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ray Milland in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
How in tarnation do you say so much about Autolite spark plugs in so short a time?
Why, that's easy, Hap. Do you want the high points and the lowdown on these master magicians, these motor marvels, these monuments to Autolite ignition engineers? Well, plug one ear and spark to this.
Well, if I must.
By Cornelius, I'll plug these Autolite resistor spark plugs anytime, any place. Do you want your engine to idle smoothly as a sultan's harem, purr as contentedly as a Persian kitten, run as tirelessly as a perpetual motion machine?
Well,
Then you want Autolite resistor wide gap spark plugs. Why, that wide gap in these new Autolite resistor spark plugs means as much to your car as Donald Duck means to duckdom, Chessie means to catdom, Lassie means to dogdom.
No.
Why, by Cornelius, when you replace your old narrow gap spark plugs with the new Autolite resistor wide gap spark plugs, your car refuses to be satisfied. Better just to run gas and save dough. With Autolite spark plug resistors, you cut interference with radio and television reception. That's important, mighty important. And what's more important, you ought to get all your neighbors to march right down with you to buy a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs tomorrow morning. Do it right away, Hap. Don't keep me in suspense.
Okay, Harlow. Here is suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ray Milland as Detective Lieutenant Mark Deglin in Night Cry, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
As I said before, Captain Knight, the cat waits for the mouse to run, the dog waits for the cat to run, and the police wait for the killer to run. Only I wasn't going to run. I stood there and tried to figure how to have Candle Payne seen running away. After that, Payne would be just another guy who got scared and beat it. I'd still be Lieutenant Mark Deglin, the guy who didn't make mistakes. It took me a while, in the night and the rain, to do what I had to do. Quite a while. But I finally got to my own apartment. I still had Payne's kit bag with his name stenciled on the side, but I could get rid of that later. I tossed it on the floor behind my desk and went to sleep. When I got to headquarters the next morning, it was late. Payne's disappeared. The man's had the deal we find him. Dan Riley was already out trying to trace Payne, and I could just imagine him along from one witness to another. Bulldog. And then you said...
Suppose you go up to Connecticut, Mark, and talk to Payne's girl, Morgan Taylor. Just routine.
Just routine? Okay, I'll take care of it. I found where Morgan Taylor lived from the Greenwich post office. It was a low, rambling white house set back from a tree-lined road. The girl who answered my ring had dark hair that came down around her shoulders, and wide gray eyes that were sure and young and lovely.
Yes?
You Miss Morgan Taylor?
Yes, I am.
I'm Lieutenant Mark Deglin of the New York Police.
Oh?
Do you know where I can find Kendall Payne?
Silly fool. He said something about leaving last night. I thought he was just being dramatic.
When was this?
Well, I went to his place down to with him last night after we left the gambling club. I've been seeing a lot of Ken, but I just couldn't keep on. He was always getting into fights and picking arguments. So I told him I wouldn't see him anymore. That's when he said he'd leave.
That's the last time you saw him?
Yes.
But there's something else.
Well, yes. It wasn't time for it, so I walked around in the rain. I trained, and I remembered a date to me that I had to meet Ken in town tonight, and I went back to tell him I wouldn't be there. But he wasn't in his room. I had no idea he left. He'd really...
You think you might have gone back to the gambling club?
Why do you ask that?
Well, after you left the club last night, a man was killed. The man Payne had a fight with.
And you think he ran away because of that? Well, he might have. Ken was, well, pretty neurotic.
You in love with him?
Oh? I'm very fond of Ken. But that's all, Lieutenant. But I'd hate to think that anything happened to him.
You've no idea where he is now.
If you'll wait a minute, I'll go with you. I was just getting ready myself, ready to leave. He might show up to keep that date with me tonight at Morney's on Bleecker Street. We can wait for him there.
She rode back to New York with me. And after the first few miles, we stopped talking about Kendall Payne and talked about ourselves. She was really a beautiful gal. I kept glancing sideways at her profile. Maybe this case was going to turn out better than I thought. When we hit town, I called you, Captain Knight. Remember? I was not mentioning what nice work it was turning into. And then Morgan and I went on to the restaurant.
Since then, I've just played around, I guess.
I know what you mean. Look, it's past 8, Morgan. What time was Payne supposed to have?
Yes.
To meet you.
It looks as though I've been stood up.
Well, he must be pretty scared to stand you up. If it were me, I'd risk even a murder rap to keep the date.
Thank you, Mark. Want to take me to dinner?
Well, it's a good thing you asked me. I was just about to put my handcuffs on you so you couldn't get away. I got into headquarters early next day. I just finished calling Morgan to say good morning. I'll make a date for that night. And the desk sergeant said that you wanted to see me. I went in, and Riley was with you.
Well, we got a couple of things on Payne, Mark. We wanted you in on them.
Sure. Dan, that was a nice job on Karlstrom.
He was certainly a scared guy. You know, one thing about killers, they always make a break no later.
Yeah, most of
for it soon.
them do. What's doing on Payne, Knight?
I'll let Riley tell it. It's his story.
There's nothing much except I talked to a number of people who think I saw him, a couple of them outside.
Might as well bring them in, Riley.
Yeah, okay. Come on in, Gold. This is Captain Knight and Lieutenant Deglin. Gold. Mr. Gold is a cab driver. He got out of bed to come down and help us.
Hey, sure, Chief. Anything to help you
Okay.
guys out.
Gold, tell him the story you told me.
Yeah, sure. Well, like I said, I picked up this fare downtown last night about 1 o'clock. Big guy with a bandage over one eye. He's carrying one of those soldier kit bags, you know? Wanted to go to the station, Grand Central. Was in a bad temper.
Now, take a look at these pictures. Oh, now, where did I put that other... Oh, here it is.
Well, it might have been either one of these two. They look a little alike. Without the bandage, I couldn't swear which one.
Okay, thanks, Gold. If we need you later, we'll call on you.
Hey, sure. Anytime, Chief. Anytime at all.
Well, pretty close. One of the two was a picture of Payne.
Who was the other one he thought looked like Payne?
An old newspaper picture of you, Mark.
Me?
Yeah. You didn't know I collected all your publicity, did you? It'd been funny if he just identified you.
Yeah. Yeah, very funny. Who's your other witness, Riley?
An old lady in the house who lives across the street from Payne's place. Will you come in now, Miss Meacham? Miss Meacham, this is Captain Knight.
How do you do?
This is
How do you...
Lieutenant Deglin. Mrs. Meacham, Mark.
I've seen you, Lieutenant.
You have?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, maybe it was when I was over to Payne's the other night, huh?
Oh, no, I didn't mean there. In the papers.
Oh.
Your picture's been in the papers a lot.
Yeah, I guess it has.
Mrs. Meacham, Detective Riley tells me that several things you saw the other night, things that puzzled you.
They certainly did puzzle me, Captain.
You see quite a few things in the neighborhood, Mrs. Meacham?
Well, some say that's all I do. Well, I say when a body gets old like there ain't much butt-looking. Left.
Of course. Now, you see the other night. What did you, Mrs. Meacham?
Let's see. That was night before last. Well, like I told Mr. Riley, I couldn't sleep. So I was up late and I saw Mr. Payne and his girl go in. But I didn't see her come out.
You didn't see her come out?
I made tea. Might have missed her. I have to have my tea, you know. But I did see her go back in later.
How much later?
Oh, maybe half an hour, maybe more. But before she came back, somebody else left.
Well, that must have been Payne.
Well, I don't rightly know. He was wearing a bandage and was carrying his kit bag, but he didn't wave to me.
Didn't wave to you?
Oh, Mr. Payne always waved to me when he went out. So it was mighty funny he didn't that time.
Well, maybe he just forgot. What happened after that?
No, sir, he never forgot to wave. Oh, well, anyway, about 20 minutes later, Mr. Payne's girl came back. She stayed just a little while and then went away.
That's very interesting. Is that all, Mrs. Meacham?
Of course it is. And that was a lot good when a neighbor nothing ever happens.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Meacham. We'll call you if we need to talk to you again.
Well, I won't remember any more than I have.
Well, let's go, boys.
Where are we going?
I've been behind this desk so long, Mark, I'm getting calluses. I'm going over to Payne's room with you and Riley.
The room was as I remembered it, except there wasn't any body on the floor and the police technicians were there.
Now, let's see now. The old lady says she saw the girl come in twice, but never saw her go out. Any other way out of here, Riley?
Through the window.
Let's take a look. You men through with this window?
Yeah, all through, Captain. Found plenty of prints of some guy, probably this Payne. Of a small few prints of a man or a woman.
Let's look at this window.
I could watch. They weren't going to find anything looking out of the window. Maybe they'd see the pry marks in the wood and find the satchwaits were missing. But that wouldn't mean a thing. Suddenly, Riley let go of the window and...
Hey, watch it! It almost took my fingers off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, Al. The sash cords have been cut and the sash weights are missing.
So what? I see what you mean, Dan. The river's near here, isn't it?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. We'll call the harbor patrol and see what we get.
So Riley had finally bulldogged into something. The walk down to the river was short. Shorter than the last time, it seemed. The police tug was stirring the mud of the river bottom with its grappling hook. When Payne's body finally came up, the dirt cascading water came from the blanket shroud and the sash weights dripped in mud.
Well, that's that, boys. Payne didn't run away at all. Somebody killed him. I think we can wrap this one up fast.
That night?
Now, it's easy, Mark.
Did you figure...
The girl had a fight with him. She's the only one seen going in the other night. Her prints are on the window. Probably killed him, dressed up in his clothes. She made it look like he was leaving, then came back and dumped the body. It's the girl, all right.
But listen, this Taylor girl couldn't carry a big guy like that.
Couldn't she? She was in the ambulance service overseas, Mark, and carried soldiers around. Civilians aren't any heavier. I'm putting out a pickup on the girl.
Well, that's the way it was. I had an out, but it was the one out I didn't want. I didn't want the chair getting Morgan Taylor. Not when I wanted her. I'd have to fix it some way. I had to go home and think. I hadn't been there long when... Morgan stood in the doorway. Her eyes tired and frightened, her face white. She went past me without speaking and over to a chair. When she looked at me, I knew I was right. I had to find some way to save her.
Mark, I just heard. They want me for the murder of Ken.
No, Eileen. Well, why did you come here?
Why, because... Where else would I go, Mark?
You know, but But you're forgetting that I'm a cop, too.
If you want to take me in, Mark, I'll understand.
I only want to take you one place, Morgan. And that's not headquarters. But I've got to take you in.
Whatever you say, Mark.
But I'll get you out, honey. You won't be in there long enough to remember even what it looks like. After they booked her at headquarters, I went back to the apartment. I had to figure out some way to save her and myself. But first I had to get rid of that kit bag. If she'd seen it, everything would have been ruined. Besides, it was stupid to leave it around. Then I had an idea. There was one way out. That was to write this report to you, Captain Knight, and get out of the country. Then he was when she could join me. She was worth running for. Only wouldn't really be running. I was walking away. Well, that's that. So long, Captain Knight. I won't be seeing you. I picked up the kid's name on the side, bag with... went down the steps.
Hello, Mark.
Riley, what?
I think I got a lead on the girl I want to be in on. I thought you'd kill.
But I got her, Dan. I just turned her in.
What? Well, where'd you find it? What's the bag, Mark?
Oh, nothing, Dan, nothing.
Kendall Payne. Mark.
Look, I found it.
Where?
In his apartment.
I was there, yes. I was today, and we were all there today.
Look, what's the matter? You think I'm lying?
I don't know, Mark. Say, what time were you at Payne's the other night?
Look, Dan, I got something to do. Look, we'll talk about this case later, huh?
Wait a minute, Mark. That cab driver picked out your picture as well as Payne's. The old lady said she'd seen you. Maybe they knew what they were talking about.
Listen.
You weren't surprised when we found those sash weights gone, or even when you saw Payne's body dragged out of the river. Oh, there's nothing worse than a cop who's turned bad. Mark.
Get out of my way. Mark. Hey, Dan. Mark. I had to run. Everything had been crowding in all day. That cab driver, the old lady, the kit bag, and now Riley. Pushing in like a bulldog with his questions. I had to run and keep running. I had to get away before he could ask another question.
Mark, don't run, Mark. Don't.
Oh, you shouldn't have run, Mark. You know what happens when a guy runs.
Thank you, Ray Milland, for a splendid performance. Mr. Milland will return in just a moment.
Say, Harlow, what about Autolite's,
What about Autolite resistor spark plugs, stay full batteries, ignition systems, and over 400 other automotive, aviation, and marine products?
Yeah.
Oh, let's save it for next week, Hap, while we salute the safest, surest, sanest drivers under the sun. And by Cornelius, I didn't say under the sun. That's God, the truck drivers of America, Hap. Dependable as a donut is dunkable, as a resistor spark plug is sparkable, as an Autolite product is superbable. Say, these wonderful truckers have got me wound upable. I'm Auto...
brings you Lucille Ball in A Little Piece of Rope, another gripping study in...
Suspense.
Ray Milland may currently be seen in the Hal Wallace production So Evil, My Love. Tonight's suspense play was adapted from the novel of William L. Stewart, Cry, which will shortly not be made into a motion picture. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as William Powell, Agnes Moorehead, John Garth, Edmund O'Brien, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Lucille Ball in A Little Piece of Rope.
suspense show. Drive as if your life depends on it. It does. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And Nation, your donation. Earth, 1949, 72 years ago today.
Good evening, friends. This is your home. Welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Well, went picnicking over the weekend. Found a lovely, restful, woodsy place. Oh, it's so cool, beautiful. Quiet. You could hear a body drop. Quite a few did. The sun was so hot that one of our party melted to the ground. I'd always wondered over that waxen look about Charlie. Still, it's an ill wind because Charlie had his usefulness to bad. Came the deep night, we ran a string through him and played marbles by candlelight.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Pattern for Fear, was written by John Robert and stars Everett Sloane in the role of Ludwig with Cameron Prudhomme as Larrabee.
And now for tonight's ramble in the Never Never Land. We're in the Avalon Lounge, a fashionable metropolitan restaurant. A waiter approaches a table secluded behind an arrangement of tall potted plants. A lone patron sits at the intimate circular table for two.
Your order, sir? If you please, I will take your order.
You know what I want, Ludwig.
Oh.
Caught you unawares, huh?
I had forgotten you. In 5 years, one forgets.
Then I'll reintroduce myself. Captain Larrabee, 9th Precinct. Did you read the morning papers, maybe?
I can recommend our lobster Newburg. The recipe...
A page 1 headline says that Guthrie Stewart dropped dead of a stroke.
Men die, Captain Larrabee. Every day men die, so that new life...
I thought maybe with Guthrie Stewart dead and gone now, you'd want to talk about things.
You're very wrong, Captain Larrabee. I have no wish to talk.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll just have to make myself comfortable and wait right here.
You're just wasting your time.
I don't think so, Ludwig. You're still suffering something in silence. Guthrie Stewart died without a word. But there's an envelope somewhere now on its way over here to you.
An envelope?
Yes, it's coming by special messenger. The envelope reads, to be delivered on Guthrie Stewart's death. Don't look so befuddled. Stewart's lawyer tipped me off about 50 of that envelope minutes ago. I said, I'll wait, Ludwig. What I really mean is, we will wait.
We wait, the policeman and I, in a grim watch for a messenger soon to come. Captain Larrabee doesn't say it, but I am his prisoner. The restaurant fills up with people, and my mind back 5 years in fingers to the table with same or two hidden behind the plant. I remember a conversation I overheard by chance, and the terror that came out.
Are you absolutely clear on what you are to do?
Lady, murder is my business.
Very well. Repeat my instructions again.
Oh, yeah, I'm up okay. There on the terrace outside his bedroom holding a submachine gun. When the 11:30 train comes around the curve, I shoot to kill.
You empty the machine gun into his bed. Understand? You empty it.
Yeah, you don't just want him killed, huh?
There must be no chance of bringing this to his surviving.
This time? So you tried it before, huh?
Yes. Here. The address of paper. It's on the slip. Read it, memorize it, and then destroy it.
When do I get paid?
Tomorrow at 6. Here at this table. I'll leave.
I watched her leave the restaurant. A heavily veiled woman in black. I couldn't who's see. A man was to be murdered by a killer for hire. A killer with a cold, businesslike look. I watched him read the address, tear it to bits, drop it into the potted plant, and then push the bits of paper under the earth. When he left, I recovered the bits of paper and pieced them together. The victim was Guthrie Stewart. The address was Havermeyer Heights, in the suburbs just outside the city. A man's life was in my hands. The murder was to be at 11:30. At 10, I was in Guthrie Stewart's library warning him. But he was only amused. And his wife, too.
So I'm to be murdered in my bed.
Yes, at 11:30 when the train goes around the curve.
Well, darling, somebody's undoubtedly heard you snore and has finally decided to take drastic action.
Well, you'll make a charm if it all widow comes true.
But it is true, Mr. Stewart. You joke foolishly. I overheard them plotting. See, I have here the pieces of paper the killer threw in the base of the plant. Look.
Well, it's my name and address, all right. But what does it prove? I'm in the phone book. Anybody could jot down my name and address.
Anybody?
What did you say your name was again?
Ludwig Heller. I am a waiter at the Avalon Lounge. You think perhaps I wrote your name down? The way you look at me, I see you think I am a crank. Even crazy, perhaps.
Well, frankly, Ludwig, I don't know exactly what to think.
You have no enemies?
Not a one, so far as I know.
I heard her speak. A voice lusting for blood. Your blood, Mr. Stewart. And I saw him. A man without a heart. A coin that ultimately kills. You are to die, Mr. Stewart. Hear that? The train close to your home, just as I heard her say. Yes, laugh and make jokes, but when the 11:30 train goes around the curve, you are going to die, Mr. A man's life was in my hands, but I couldn't make the victim believe in his own approaching death. I went to the local police station to a Captain Larrabee. There I blurted out the story once more. I waited while he talked to Guthrie Stewart on the telephone.
Yes, I got it. Yes, I understand, Mr. Stewart. Sure thing, I'll do just as you say. Look,
Ludwig Heller.
Look, Heller, I relayed what you told me to Guthrie Stewart.
But I told you it was of no use to do that. He just laughs at it.
He's not laughing anymore. As a matter of fact, he's hopping mad right now, and his missus, too. Hopping mad at you.
At me?
At you. He says if you keep peddling that fish story around, he's going to prefer charges of malicious persecution.
He will prefer charges against me?
Right. In fact, he left it squarely up to me. Now, you're to promise me you'll go about your business, whatever that is, if I'm to clap you in the clink for observation.
He thinks I am crazy.
He's sure of it. For a fact, from the looks of you, I'm not sure you're not crazy either. Now, are you going to do the sensible thing?
Yes. Yes, Captain Larrabee. I will go home. The sensible thing. Go home. 11 o'clock. In 30 minutes, a man would die, and his blood would stain all the rest of my life because I was powerless to save him. The sensible thing. Go home, the police captain had said. But I did not go home. I had to see death look deep into its face. I returned to Havermeyer Heights to wait silently in the shadows and watch on the He was there, too. The killer and his machine gun. A black executioner waiting and ready. But Guthrie lived, Stuart. I saw them in the pale moonlight on the terrace. A shaken man and a frightened woman, both in their night clothes, armed and unharmed, seeking the assassin, but afraid to search for him. A moment later, I overheard him on the telephone talking with great excitement to Captain Larrabee.
I don't want any publicity on it, but an attempt was just made on my life. Yes. Someone machine gunned my bed while the 11:30 went around the curve.
for the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to maintain law and order, to foster and perpetuate a 100% Americanism, to preserve the memories and incidents of our associations in the Great Wars, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation, to combat the autocracy of both the classes and the masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard and transmit to posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, to consecrate and sanctify our comradeship by our devotion to mutual helpfulness. This is our preamble. This is our pledge. This is our inheritance.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur J. Kpnl. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans, dreaming of the future, forged that which we possess today. Today's story, Proclaim Liberty, was written by Ted Weir and featured Dennis Patrick. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Richard Peel, Donald Lawton, Howard Culver, Kurt Martell, Hal Gerard, Jack Carroll, Lamont Johnson, Herb Ellis, and Paul Dubov. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Inheritance is produced and directed for the National Broadcasting Company and the American Legion by Albert McCleary. This is John Lang speaking.
Transcribed. NAM President Harold McClellan will meet the press tonight on the NBC radio network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, July 4th, 1954. 67 years ago today. Here's an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, July 4th, 1949. 72 years ago today.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 45, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Fred. Friends, as some of you know, Radio City Playhouse is now on the air twice weekly, Mondays and Thursdays. The Thursday evening show is called 8 by Request and consists of 8 of the best broadcasts which Radio City Playhouse has presented during the past year. This Thursday at 8:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, 8 by Request will present the gracious and charming Irene Dunn in Treasure Trove, a tense and compelling story of 3 good friends and the mysterious evil which almost wrecked their lives. We hope that all regular Playhouse listeners will be with us on both Thursdays and Mondays. Our show tonight stars Carl Swenson, one of the busiest, best, and most popular actors in New York. We're very happy to have him with us. Here then is Carl Swenson in Murder is the Easiest Way, Attraction 45 on Radio City Playhouse.
I had no idea that anything was going on between my son and Diane Rodell. When Doug told me that he wanted to marry her, I did everything I could to stop it. When I saw finally that I couldn't stop it, I decided I'd done murder. possibly understand how a father feels. Doug was my whole life. On the day his mother had died, the boy had been the center of everything. Perhaps because he was slightly lame, I felt deeper about everything he did. I didn't want his physical handicap to warp his life. I wanted him to be happy, successful, well-adjusted. Maybe I wanted too much, I don't know. I always had the sneaking feeling that he was a little bit ashamed of my business. I manufactured girdles and foundation garments. I think that he thought it was a sissy sort of business for a man to be in. I guess the fact is I never knew what Doug thought. When he told me he wanted to marry Diane Rodell, I'll never forget the blinding stab of pure fright I experienced. He came bursting into the office, glowing with pride and pleasure.
Hi, Dad. Got a minute?
Well, hello, Doug. Of course I've got a minute. Come on in and sit down.
Dad, I want you to be the first to know that you're going to be a father-in-law.
Doug, you mean you're going to get married? Well, who is she?
The gal who makes millions of women think they can have her figure if they wear smooth-skin girdles.
Doug, surely you don't mean Diane. Not Diane Rodell.
Wait a minute. Oh, well, Dad, I don't like the tone of your voice. Just because she's a model is no reason
Doug,
for...
Well, now isn't it possible that you've let yourself get carried away? I mean, a beautiful girl like that and...
And what?
Doug, I want you to be happy, but please, Doug, not Diane Rodell.
Why do you say not Diane Rodell like that for?
Because I know what she is.
Dad.
She's a very nice little spirit.
Won't let you. Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me.
Do you mean to say that you've never figured out why Diane Rodell, with her looks, would marry a 24-year-old kid with a lame foot?
Dad, after that one, there's nothing much left for us to say.
Hello, Miss Campbell. Mr. Feeney there? Oh, would you ask him to step into my office for a moment? It's urgent. Thanks. Oh, he can't do it. He just can't do it. Mary, I promise you, I won't let him do it. I won't let our boy marry that girl.
Hello, Frank. You got something on your mind?
Doug's going to marry Diane Rodell.
Yes, I know.
You know?
Diane phoned me this morning.
What about?
She said that if I had any idea of showing Doug that picture, she'd know what steps to take.
Harry, we've been partners for 10 years. But if it's a choice between your happiness and Doug's, Harry, please, the boy is only 24. You're older than I am. You're nearly 50. Now, please,
I'm afraid the answer is no, Frank. Sorry.
I can't let Doug throw his life away on a girl like that. She's a tramp. She's no good. Doug was just here, and I handled it badly. I hurt him. I said something about what could a girl like Diane see in a kid with a lame foot.
Oh, that was a bit rough, wasn't it?
What did you expect me to say? Congratulations?
Well, don't start yelling at me,
Why
Frank.
shouldn't I yell at you? If it wasn't for you, that girl would never have met Doug.
I know.
What exactly that night?
Oh, Jimmy Davis and our advertising department found her and introduced us. We had a few drink work one night after evening. She asked me up to her apartment. She had a guy in the closet with a camera.
It wasn't exactly a shakedown. She just wanted a 5-year contract as a sole model for smooth skin girdles at $400 a week.
How bad was the picture?
Oh, if my wife ever saw it, she'd throw me out.
Harry, Agnes is reasonable. She'd understand.
Frank, Agnes hasn't understood anything for years. She owns my half of smooth skin now. And if she ever saw a photograph of me kissing Diane Rodell, she'd throw me out. I'm sorry, but I can't risk that.
Harry, you've got a big salary. Surely you can live on $1,000 a year.
I've gotten used to good living. If I show Doug that photograph, Diane will mail Agnes another one the next morning. As long as she has that negative, I'm staying out of the whole thing. Why don't you try buying her off?
You think I could?
Diane Rodell will do anything for money. It's just a question of settling the price.
All right. I'll try.
I'm sorry, Frank. I'd like to help, but I've got my own neck to think about.
Hello?
Diane?
Yes, who's this?
Frank Wineglass.
Well, how nice to hear from you. Not that I haven't been expecting to.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
What about?
Oh, let's stop playing games, Mr. Wineglass. I knew how you'd feel about my marrying Doug. Do you want to discuss it?
As soon as possible.
I've a date with Doug tonight. The dear boy's so impetuous, he'll probably want to run married somewhere this off and gets very evening.
What time is your date?
He's dinner, picking me up at 7. Supposing you come up here around 5:30.
All right, be there.
Good evening, Mr. Wineglass. Come in.
Thanks.
My living room's a little cramped. Of course, I expect to change all that soon.
Look, Diane, let's be frank. I don't mean to sound crude, but I know what you are.
Oh, don't make it sound leprous as though I see.
I'm sorry. Oh, please leave the kid alone. He's only 24. He's always been very sensitive. Being lame has given him all sorts of, well, not neuroses exactly, but Diane, he's idealistic and sensitive. And he's in love with your looks, and I can't blame him. But, Diane, it's not right for him. It'll break his heart if he finds out that you...
That what?
That you blackmail. That you've got an incriminating photograph of Harry Feeney. The disillusionment would break his heart. Now, I'm not here to quarrel with you, Diane. I'm here to beg you to let alone that kid. Now, I'm willing to pay you anything within reason. How much do you want?
I didn't think we'd get down to figures quite this quickly. However, if that's the way you want it, how about 100,000?
Diane, please.
I think
let's be
that's very reasonable.
I'm making you a fair offer. I expect you to meet me halfway.
Why should I?
$100,000 is out of the question.
What did you have in mind?
Half that amount.
$50,000?
I can't possibly afford any more.
Look, Mr. Wineglass, I have my own sources of information. You're worth almost $500,000.
But not in cash, Diane. If you figure the plant and the equipment, yes, but I can't give you machinery. I just couldn't raise $100,000. Now, please, Diane, please be reasonable. I can't let this happen to Doug. I just can't.
Oh, this broken-hearted father act is getting tiresome, Mr. Wineglass. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be bad for Doug at all. We might hit it off rather well. If you can't pay off now, that suits me. I'll get it eventually anyway.
Diane, I can't raise $100,000 in cash. It's impossible.
Then I'll wait.
You can't marry him, Diane. It'll ruin his life. He's terribly in love with you, and when he finds out
But he won't find out. If you try to tell him, he'll never speak to you again. He'll say you're jealous and that you're lying. You see, I don't care which way it goes. 100,000 now, or we get married, and eventually it means the same thing.
I'll cut him off. I'll kick him out of the business.
You think that'll help? Do you really think you could stand being alienated from Doug, from your only son?
How do you women get so rotten, so rotten.
If you know what's good for you, Mr. Wineglass, you'll keep a civil tongue in your head.
You're cheap and common and no good.
Why,
You are. You're dirty and rotten. And you're not going to marry Doug.
Just try and stop me.
I'm warning you, Doc. Stop, and I'll you if I have to kill you. This was the girl that Doug wanted to marry. Cold, calculating, bad all through. The thought of it made me physically sick. Doug with his fine, young face and his blonde hair. I couldn't stand it. This was my son. This was the reason I worked, the reason I lived. If this thing happened to him, my life would be over. Even if by 40, I'd have nothing more to live for. Well, it wasn't going to happen. The next morning, I apologized to Doug. The words stuck in my throat, but I made him believe them. The things you said yesterday, Dad, are pretty hard to take. I know, Doug, I know. I'm terribly sorry, and I want you to have the cottage in Newport for a wedding present.
Are you trying to buy me off?
Oh, Doug, please don't hold a grudge. I've set me a chance. I'm sorry. Can't we let bygones be bygones?
Okay, Dad. Let's forget it.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks. Well, now, can we talk business for a moment?
Sure, what's up?
Would you mind going out of town for a few days?
Where?
Well, I'd like to have you represent us at the National Underwear Manufacturers Convention in San Francisco. You'd have to leave on the Century tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I know it isn't much notice.
Well, Diane and I had a couple of things planned, but... Oh, she'll understand. Sure, I can make the train tomorrow.
Well, take her out tonight on your expense account. Really do the town.
Okay.
You'll only be away about 10 days. Take Diane out tonight and then take the morning off, and I'll meet you for a late breakfast, and you can catch the Century at noon. Okay?
Well, sure, Dad. Whatever you say.
In one conversation, I'd regained Doug's confidence and gotten him out of town for 10 days. That was step one. Step two was my alibi. This ape was going to be a perfect murder. They're not hard, you know, if you use your head. At 9 o'clock that night, I went to my club, the Hampton Club on 48th Street. As usual, Colonel Dover was in the reading room. That's the way he spent all his evenings, reading the Times. At 9:01, I said good evening to him. Good evening, Colonel Dover.
Good evening, Wineglass.
I sat down behind him and watched him for a few minutes. At 9:10, I slipped quietly out of the reading room, through the French windows that opened into a little court, and out onto 49th Street. I walked a half block to Diane Rodell's apartment. At 9:13, I was climbing through her kitchen window that opened onto a service porch at the back of her building. At 9:15, I was sitting in front of the portable typewriter on the desk in her living room. I left my gloves on while I typed. Come. Alone. Diane. Dear Harry, I need a little extra $5,000 cash, $4. Not much for a rich man like you. If you don't want Agnes to see that photograph, you'd better turn up for the money. Thursday night, 10 sharp, all 20s or smaller. Be sure, darling, that you come alone. Diane. It's foolproof. It's foolproof. At 9:24, I was back in the Hampton Club reading room. I slipped quietly back into my seat. The whole thing had taken 14 minutes. Colonel Dover hadn't budged. He was still there, still reading. I was positive that he hadn't missed me. On my way home, I mailed a letter to Harry Feeney, and then I slept a good, comfortable 9 hours. The next morning, Doug and I had breakfast, And afterwards, I put him in a cab with a suitcase and plenty of time to catch the Century. And I went up to the office to see if Harry Feeney had received Diane's letter. Right after the first mail delivery, Harry Feeney came in with Diane in his hands letter and...
Frank, I'm absolutely desperate. I've got to raise $5,000 by tomorrow night.
Oh, well, what for?
Here, read this.
Well, who's it from?
Diane, read it.
Dear Harry, I need a little extra cash. $5,000, not much. You better turn up for the money Thursday night at 10 sharp. All 20 days. So I'll be sure down to meet you. So long, Diane. Harry, this is blackmail. Getting us to sign a 5-year modeling contract is one thing, but this is blackmail. This is a matter for the police.
Frank, will you try to understand? Diane is no fool. She knows darn well I can't chance Agnes seeing that picture. So I stick her in jail for blackmail. She'd still send that picture to Agnes. And while I'd love to see Diane in jail, I'd hate to have Agnes throw me out.
In other words, you're going to give her the $5,000?
If you loan it to me.
I'll give you a check in the morning. You can cash it and take the money up tomorrow night. Things very were going well. The alibi and a motive. I could get rid of Harry Feeney, too, this silly, slightly alcoholic little man who's held me back for years. The letter I drew went in for as Exhibit A. The next morning, I gave Harry Feeney a check for $5,000. Then I telephoned Diane.
Hello?
Diane, it's Frank Wineglass. I've been thinking things over. I'll meet your price.
100,000?
It's worth that much to me to prevent Doug ruining his life.
When can we get together?
How about tonight?
All right. What time?
9:15?
9:15 will be fine.
I want the negative of that picture that you have of Harry Feeney. Will you have it there?
I have it here now. I'll see you tonight at 9:15.
All right. Goodbye. That night, I went again to the Hampton Club. As usual, Colonel Dover was in the reading room. Again, I said good evening, and again he answered me. Good evening, Colonel Dover.
Good evening, Wineglass. Good evening.
I sat down a little behind him and to the left. At 9:10, I slipped quietly out of the reading room, through the French doors, across the court, out to 49th Street. I was sweating, nervous, tense. In my pocket, I had Harry Feeney's gun, the one that he'd kept in his desk drawer at the office for as long as I could remember. I walked through the crowds like somebody in a trance. And this time, I used the front entrance of her apartment. And at exactly 9:13, I was ringing Diane's doorbell.
Hello, Mr. Wineglass. Come in.
Hello, Diane. Thanks.
Would you like a drink or anything?
No, thanks. Sit down.
Say, what is this? What are you doing? What's the idea of the gun? What is this?
I'm going to kill you.
Look, let's not play Alan Ladd, shall we?
Last night, while you were out with Doug, I wrote Harry Feeney a letter on that typewriter, over your signature, also typed.
You were here last night?
In it, you asked for $5,000 for the picture that you got of him. He borrowed the money from me, and he'll be up here at 10 o'clock.
What?
He'll find you dead with his gun beside you.
You're crazy. You're
At the
absolutely
trial, Colonel Dover in the Hampton Club reading room will swear I was there all evening.
Now, look, let's not get excited. I'll be glad to give you the picture now.
I'm sure you will.
I'll give up, Doug. Now, look, Mr. Wineglass. Here's the negative. Here, take it.
Just don't move. Don't move.
Frank, for heaven's sake.
Some men will do anything for things. The son. The death of a salesman.
You mean it.
You
actually mean it.
This could be the death of a sales girl. Except that what you have got to sell has been picked over so often, I doubt if there's a market anywhere. Good night, Miss Rodell. I had to fight with myself not to go back to the run all the club. Somehow I did the necessary things. The gun beside her, the incriminating negative, the front door slightly open. I was almost hysterical by the time I got back to the club. I left in the coat my yard and slipped into the chair behind Colonel Dover. And very quietly, I picked up a magazine from the side of my table. I'd been gone exactly 11 minutes. It was 21 minutes after 9. And then I let the Colonel have it.
Good Lord, Wineglass. If you've got bronchitis, why don't you go to...
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. There's something in my throat.
How can anybody read with that racket?
Oh, I'm sorry. Since I disturbed you anyway, would you mind telling me the time?
It's not quite 22 after 9.
Thank you. It was perfect. All evening I'd been in the reading room of the Hampton Club. Colonel Dover would swear to it. At 10:30, there was a telephone call for me. I knew who it would be. Be Harry Feeney. Be hysterical. Desperate. Want advice. He'd gone up with the money and found his shot. I was quite calm when I stepped into the telephone booth beside the club desk. Hello?
Frank, it's Harry.
Oh, what is it? You sound upset.
I'm nearly crazy. Something terrible has happened.
Oh, well, what is it?
I was supposed to take that money up to Diane tonight at 10, and Agnes's doc cleaned up a bridge game.
What?
I can't get away. I'm afraid if I don't turn up, she'll mail that picture.
But
Frank, Agnes, got to go over and explain. She's not far from the Hampton Club, and, well, I've tried to call Diane a couple of times when I've been dummy, but she's not answering the phone. Please go over and stall her off. Frank. Hello, Frank.
Pure, stark terror clutched at my insides. If Harry Feeney played bridge all evening, he'd have a perfect alibi, too. I sat there in that close, hot telephone booth and let the fear rush over me. Somehow I got home. After 3 Nembutols, I got to sleep. About 5 in the morning. When I woke up, the telephone had been ringing for a long time. It was past noon. That horrible, insistent bell beat its way into my consciousness. Hello?
Dad, where have you been? We've been phoning all over for you.
What?
Dad, something terrible has happened. Somebody shot Diane last night. They say I did it. Please, Dad, can you come down right away? I'm at the 72nd Street. I don't know what's going on.
Doug, are you in New York?
Dad, can't you understand? Diane's been shot.
Where are you? Where are you? You're in San Francisco.
No, I didn't go. I decided to fly instead of taking the train. That way I could spend a couple of extra days with Diane. Dad, I didn't do it. I didn't. You know I didn't do it.
Doug, I don't know what to say.
I know I should have caught the Century, but by flying, I could spend 2 extra days in New York with Diane and still get to San Francisco for the opening of the convention. I got a seat out on a plane for tomorrow. I went up there late last night, and I found her shot. There was a photograph, a horrible photograph that I couldn't believe it. I just sat there, numb. Then I phoned the police. It was a nightmare, asking me questions, talking about a lover's quarrel.
What did the police say?
Some big guy kept harping on the motive, that I'd found out about Diane, that I'd killed her in a jealous rage. Dad, what can I do? I didn't kill her.
I know you didn't. Believe me, I know that you didn't.
Dad, the way you say that, Dad, what is it? Looking at, why are you looking like that? Dad, what is it?
I can't tell you, Doug. I'll tell the district attorney.
You have just heard Murder is the Easiest Way, Attraction 45 on Radio City Playhouse. Kyle Swenson starred as Frank Weinglass. Marilyn Erskine was Diane. Nelson Olmsted was Harry Feeney, and Bill Lipton was Doug. The music was composed and conducted by Roy Shield. Script was based on a story by Jules Archer and was written and directed by Harry W. Junkin.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, Louis Van Rooten in Disintegration, a tense psychological drama of an actor breaking down mentally. All 12 are played part by Mr. Van Rooten in the most exciting job of acting we have ever heard. We hope you'll be listening to Disintegration, starring Louis Van Rooten, next week, Attraction 46, on Radio City.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmine.com for more information. We now present your stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, July 4th, 1950, 68 years ago today.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Good evening, Mr. Syberts.
Oh, hello. Hello, Henry. Have a drink?
No, thank you, sir.
Well, what do you come into a saloon for if you ain't going to drink?
No offense, Mr. Syberts. I just don't feel like a drink.
Well, man's free to do what he feels like, Henry.
Up to a point he is, sir.
You're all alike, you Southerners.
We keep our word. To men and to women.
Now, is that what you're here for, to see I don't run off?
No man's going to shame my sister, sir.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm going to marry her in 2 days.
Yes, sir. You are.
Henry, now look, we postponed the wedding last month because I had to go to Abilene on business. I run a big ranch. It takes a lot of hard work and time. And the ranch comes first. Can you get that through your head?
I understand. I just hope for your sake you don't have to go anywhere this time. Polly wasn't proud having to call off the wedding last month.
Well, suppose you leave that to me and Polly and keep your puppy nose out of this.
I don't care for that remark, Mr. Syberts.
Oh, no? Well, then let's see what a young Confederate gentleman does about something he don't care for. Go ahead. You wearing a gun?
You can't bluff me, sir.
All right, hold it, you two. Oh. Get this little whippersnapper off of my back, Marshal, before I shoot him.
That's enough, Seibert. I don't want any fighting here. Especially between prospective brothers-in-law. You two ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Now, Henry, you go on. Get out of here, huh? Go drink someplace else tonight.
I'm not drinking, Marshal.
You're still ahead. Get out anyway, huh?
All right, sir. But don't you forget what I said, Mr. Seibert.
Oh, those hot-headed Virginians. I don't know if I ought to marry you like that to a family.
Well, marrying's your problem, Seibert. Just don't kill any of them, that's all.
Have a drink, Marshal.
I got one at the table over there, thanks.
Well, later, maybe.
Maybe.
You sure stopped that just in time, Matt.
Yeah.
That kid wouldn't have had a chance against Nat Seibert.
No, but he'd have tried it, and
They're going to make a real happy family.
now they'll get along. Seibert's and Polly, anyhow.
They will if Henry and his father give him a chance. It's too bad Mrs. Troyman isn't still alive. She'd handle it better.
They're nervous about the wedding, that's all, Kitty.
And about Seibert's money. They need it bad.
They used to be rich, Kitty. Back in Virginia.
Sure, before the war. What about now? Why do you think they're so happy to be able to marry Polly off to a big rancher like Seibert's? You know it as well as I do, Matt.
Yeah, except for Polly. I think she's real fond of Seibert's.
Sure. And he's fond of her, too. After all, she's a woman, isn't she?
Yeah, I know. But maybe you'll settle down now and quit running around so much.
I hope so. For her sake. The wedding. What, Matt? Day after
Yes.
tomorrow? You're going, aren't you?
Yes, they say it was. I'll go.
I love
Oh,
weddings.
great heavens, Kitty. I nearly forgot.
What?
I saw Polly on the street the other day, and she asked me to tell you that you'd be welcome at the wedding if you want to come.
She did? Well, I've only met her at the store and around.
It seems she likes you. Anyway, that's what she said.
Well, gee, Matt. You think I should?
You were invited with a bride. I don't know why not.
Well, maybe I better think it over. She's got enough trouble as it is. But anyway, I feel kind of good, her asking me.
They're just people, Kitty. Like anybody else.
Oh, if there's anything I hate, it's a liar, Matt.
What's the trouble now, Doc?
These eggs. The cook swore they were fresh, and I know darn well they've been put down in water glass.
Why don't you raise some chickens, Doc?
I would. But it just create a whole new class of thieves. Chicken thieves.
You're in for a bad day, Doc. You started feeling this way.
I'd sooner trust Crazy Beulah over there than most people I know around here.
Crazy Beulah? Oh, yeah. I haven't seen her in a long time.
You know, it's a funny thing about her, Matt. She's still sort of pretty.
After you look in her eyes, she is. You know, Doc, I can't help feeling sorry for her.
Well, I know, but there's nothing anyone can do to help her.
No, I guess not.
She came to see me a couple of weeks ago. Had the ague.
No?
And she paid my fee, too. And if Crazy Beulah can pay up, you'd think the more prosperous citizens around here could, too. Oh, I sometimes wonder, man, about these bad...
Maybe you charge too much, Doc.
If I charged nothing, they'd still cheat me somehow.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon.
Chester,
Hi,
how are you?
Chester.
Hey, looky here at this. Read it.
No? If Nat Seibert's marries that Troyman girl, there'll be a killing. I'm warning the law to stop it before it's too late. Now, there's no signature. Where'd you get this, Chester?
It was under the office door when I opened up this morning. What do you make of it?
Let me see it, Matt.
Here, Doc.
It's pretty. Thought I might recognize the writing.
Well, that's why you printed it, I guess.
I see. I wouldn't want to be in Nat Seibert's boots. Young Henry is going to shoot him if he doesn't marry Polly. And here's somebody who's going to shoot him if he does. Well, all in all, it'll make for a lively tomorrow.
Chester, I think we better talk to Seiberts about this.
Chester, he's staying at the Dodge house till after the wedding.
Yeah, I know. Well, so long, Doc, and be sure and have a pleasant day, huh?
Oh, surely, Matt. So long.
Well, Marshal. Chester.
Oh, Mr. Seibert.
I'd like to talk to you, Seiberts.
Why, sure, Marshal. Come in.
Thank you. Chester found this note at the jail this morning, Seiberts.
What in the... Who wrote this?
And I thought you'd tell me. Maybe you...
No, I know. Yeah, Marshal.
Oh, can you think of anybody who doesn't want you to get married, Seiberts?
You was there last night, Marshal. Sure don't look like it.
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking of somebody else, some enemy of yours who maybe wants to cause trouble.
No. I've got enemies, sure. What man hasn't? But they don't have nothing to do with me and Polly. What'd they care if I get married?
Well, say, maybe it's just a joke somebody's playing on you.
Mighty poor joke under the circumstances.
Yeah, I suppose it would be.
Old man told me to stay away from women a long time ago. I should have listened to him.
It's a little late now, isn't it, Seiberts?
Yeah.
If you got any ideas, let me know, huh? Anyway, we'll be at the wedding. Do what we can.
And I'll be wearing a gun, too, Marshal. You can count on that.
Nat Seiberts was a little wild, maybe, and he had a reputation with the women, but at the same time, he'd worked hard, and everybody felt that once he settled down, he'd probably be as steady as the next man. In any case, I didn't like the idea of a groom having to wear a six-gun at his wedding, and even less the fact that a shooting might take place in the church. So I went out to see the Troymans. Polly came to the door and ushered me into the front room where her father and Henry were sitting.
Can we fetch you something, Marshal? Glass of bourbon?
No, thank you, Mr. Troyman.
It wouldn't be very, I'm afraid. Good, Bade. Prices up, money's down. Things haven't been easy lately. Not for this family, anyway.
Please, Father.
Polly, I hate to bother you this way, but, well, it's important.
Nothing's happened to Matt.
If he's run off, I'll...
Quiet, Henry. I'll let the marshal speak.
No, he's all right, Polly. I just want to know if you can think of anybody who'd try to put a stop to the wedding tomorrow.
Try to stop it?
That's right, Henry.
But, Marshal, I don't understand.
Well, somebody's threatened to, Polly. I don't know who it could be, and neither does Nat Seiberts. I talked to him about it, too.
This is mighty strange, sir.
It sure is.
Is this true, Marshal?
And it looks that way, Polly.
But who'd not want us to get married?
Polly, when you took up with Nat Seiberts, was there anyone else who might have been jealous about it? Uncommonly jealous, I mean. Enough to start trouble tomorrow?
No, Marshal, there wasn't.
Red, say, what about us?
Oh, Red Withers and I broke off 2 months before that, Henry. Besides, he's gone to Los Animas.
And there wasn't anyone else?
No.
Not unless she was sneaking out at night, like.
Father, another word like that out of you and
Leave a baby, Dad. Marshal, have you thought that maybe Nat Seiberts himself might have started this?
He didn't.
How do you know he didn't? He ran out one... Henry! Before?
He's not that kind of a man, Henry, that's why. Now, let's not get all upset about this. Polly, I promise you that Chester and I'll be there tomorrow, and we'll see that nothing goes wrong.
Thank you, Marshal.
I'll be there, too. Don't forget that.
Sure, Henry. But don't come wearing a gun.
Why not?
Because I'll take it off you if you do. You're too ready to use it.
Is there anything I can do, Marshal?
Well, I'll let you know if there is, Mr. Troyman. I'm sorry I had to trouble you with this, Polly.
I understand, Marshal, and I thank you kindly. I'll see you to the door.
Thanks.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, with the arrival of warm weather, people tend to forget their troubles and other people's troubles, too. We go off for the pleasures of the beach, the forests, and the countryside. By all means, let's get the most that life has to give. But let's keep the need of the Red Cross, the continuing need for blood, somewhere in our minds. At least once this summer, give a pint through your local chapter. Don't forget, disaster waits on no season. Give blood during the summer, too. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The next day was the wedding day, and Chester and I waited outside the church till Polly and Nat Syberts had arrived. Then we went inside and took up our positions on the far right and the left of the altar, facing the congregation. We were wearing our guns under our coats. Nobody seemed to notice of us. Take much. As soon as the ceremony began, I had a feeling that nothing would happen. And as it neared the end, I signaled to Chester, and we slipped quietly out to the church entrance.
Their two had given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving gold and silver. Now join your friends, I pronounce.
All I could see in there was a lot of real friendly faces, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. There's nobody outside here.
That's Mr. Sybert's buggy right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. He's driving Polly out to the ranch right after the ceremony, Chester. She didn't want to set up any calibration.
Well, it looks like there won't be any trouble after all. I sure hope not. On their wedding day and all.
That's over. They'll be coming out now.
Yes, sir.
We'll stay close to them till they drive off. It could happen right out here.
Yes, sir. I'll watch whichever way you're not watching.
How will you know which way I'm watching unless you spend your time watching me, Chester?
What? Yeah, oh, no, I didn't exactly mean that. Oh, look down. Hear the... Oh, my, don't they look proud?
Oh, Marshal. Congratulations, Cybert.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Let's get over here for a minute, huh?
Sure.
I guess that warning wasn't much to worry about after all.
It looks that way. You got nothing but friends here, as far as I can
that
see.
sure unsettles a man, though, a note like that.
I think you can forget about it now, Syberts.
I'll forget it when I find out who wrote it, Marshal. Look, that's what I wanted to ask you.
What?
If you learn anything about it, let me know. You promise me that?
What would you do if I did find out?
I'd kill him.
That's what I thought. Look, Syberts, you're married now, and you got more than yourself to think about. I'm a peace officer. I'm paid for it. It's my job to find out who...
Thank you. All right, Polly. Up you go, honey. That's the way.
There you go. Bye, Father. Bye, Henry.
Bye, honey. Bye, everybody. Yes, up comes
right.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What, Chester?
Oh, I'm just like an old woman at a wedding. You know, they ought to have more weddings here.
Well, if you like him that much, Chester, why don't you do something about it?
Well, what could I do?
Get married.
Huh? Me? Get married?
Well, why not?
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, you know I can't do that. Why, I don't make enough money to keep body and soul together just for me, let alone a wife and a lot of kids and in-laws and all that. My goodness.
Well, you could start with just a wife.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It's down the road Syberts took. Come on, grab a horse. Anybody's horse, Chester. Pardon me. Come on.
There's the buggy, just past the bridge. I don't see nobody else.
Ease up, Chester, so we don't scare the horse.
Yes. Oh.
All right, take a look under the bridge, Chester.
All right, sir.
Marshal, they shot him.
Is he dead, Polly?
He's breathing. But I couldn't drive the horse back and hold him, too. Oh, Marshal, why did they do it?
Who did it, Polly? How many were there?
I don't know. I didn't see anybody. We were just driving across the bridge and they shot him.
Nobody around, Mr. Dillon. How is he?
Oh, please, Marshal, do something. He'll die.
Chester, get in the buggy and drive back to docks, quick.
Yes, sir. All right, give me them lines, Polly.
And tell everybody to stay in town. I don't want them messing up the tracks out here. Now, hurry.
We'll be there before you know it, Polly. Hold him tight now.
As soon as the buggy had gone and the dust had settled, I looked around. Everywhere, but could see no one. Then I walked back and followed Chester's horse tracks down off the wagon road. His were the only marks on that side of the bridge, so I crossed over to the other side. And there I found the footprints of what must have been either a child or a woman. They led off in the direction of a small cabin about 300 yards away. And I followed them, gun in hand, at a slow trot. When it was clear that whoever it was had gone straight to the cabin, I left his trail and approached the door from a right angle.
Why, there's nobody here.
Hold it.
Oh, you, Marshal.
Beulah, come on outside, Beulah, quick. Now, who's in there? Tell me.
Nobody, Marshal. Nobody now that I'm out here.
You're trapped. Come out with your hands up.
What are you yelling for, Marshal? There, I got my hands up. See?
Get out of the way, Beulah.
Out of the way. Get out. Everybody that tells Crazy Beulah to get out of the way. That's what Nat said. Get out of the way, Crazy Beulah.
Nat?
But they won't say it no more. I fixed him.
Beulah, what are you talking about?
He wouldn't even look at me on the street after. Then he up and married that Troyman girl.
You mean you, Charlotte?
I warned you, Marshal. I told you to stop it. I told you what happened. I told you. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it?
Beulah, take it easy now.
You believe me, Marshal?
What?
take a look in the cabin.
By heaven, I will. What's this all about, Beulah? There's nobody in there.
Smell my rifle.
Oh, where is it?
Right there by the door.
Yeah, it's been fired, all right. Did you really shoot Nat Syberts, Beulah? I want the truth now.
Said I didn't. I hate him.
But why? Why did you do it? Tell me.
No. I won't tell you. I don't have to.
Well, it's clear enough that you did it. All right, Beulah, get your things and let's go into town.
I don't need nothing, Marshal. I got all dressed up and everything. See? See?
Yeah. Yeah, you look fine.
I feel better now, Marshal. Now that it's all over. Dead. I feel a lot better.
Give her anything she wants, Chester. See that she's comfortable.
Yes, sir, I will. It's all sure below, don't it?
Yeah. Run up to the alarm box. Maybe Syberts can talk now.
Well, you better hurry. Paul'll be back there in a minute.
All right.
Hello, Mac.
How is he, Doc?
I can't tell yet, but don't wear him out.
No. Hello, Syberts.
Marshal?
I guess we should have stayed with you a little longer, huh?
I don't even know where it came from, Marshal. It was under the bridge there, I guess. It got me right in the back.
It wasn't a he, Syberts. It was a she.
A woman?
Crazy Beulah. I just locked her up.
What? How do you know it was her, Marshal?
I trailed her to her cabin, and she admitted it.
She say why she did it?
And she said you wouldn't look at her on the street. Told her to get out of the way or something. Doesn't matter much. Unless you want to tell me.
Well, just that I got drunk one night, Marshal, and she kind of chased after me ever since. I tried to keep out of her way.
I see. Well, what are you going to tell Polly?
If I live.
If you live.
I don't know, Marshal. Might even tell her the truth.
All right, Matt. Now, that's enough.
Yeah, sure, Doc. So long, Syberts.
Bye, Marshal.
2 days later, Doc announced that Nat Syberts would live. And the next day, they moved him up to the Troyman house where Polly could nurse him. I never did know if he told Polly what it was all about. Maybe he didn't have to. Crazy Beulah never asked about him, never mentioned his name again. For her, it was all over and done with. And then finally, somebody remembered that she had people in St. Louis. And once I located them, I put her on a train and sent her off. She seemed quite happy about the trip. And more than normal than I've ever seen her.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Joyce McCluskey, Joe Cranston, Elaine Williams, and Pat McGeehan. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia. Beginning next week, Gunsmoke will be heard a half hour earlier over most of these same stations. Remember, Gunsmoke, a half hour earlier beginning next week. Every Sunday evening, listen for a new drama of escape at the Star's address. This is George Walsh speaking. Sunday nights, Dick Powell is rough, tough Richard Diamond, private detective on the CBS Radio Network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You've just heard an episode of Oak with Gunsmoke, originally aired Saturday, July 4th, 1953, 68 years ago today. Here's an episode of Hop Along Cassidy, which originally aired Sunday, July 2nd, 1950.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop-Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West, The Sundown Kid. It was a strange meeting there on the dry, stage-covered alkali flat 5 miles out of the little town of Saguaro. Hopple up on the shelong, pulled over a mesquite tree, squinted, shimmering through the heat at the rider moving toward him on the trail, drooped over the saddle horn, his feet out of the hanging loose stirrups, his hat slung around his neck by the chin strap, leaving his head bare to the killing desert sun. Only when the dog-tired roan pulled up alongside him did Hoppy understand it. The kid was out of his head.
No. Listen to me, Sal. You got no right to treat me like this.
What's the matter, kid?
I don't know what's... You won't matter, Sally. We've been together long enough to know each other's minds, ain't we? I can't stand it no more, I tell you. I can't stand it.
Sunstroke. Come on, over this way, fella. Let's get out of that sun.
Yeah, get out of the sun. Sun? What do I care about the sun? Wind, rain, winter blizzards.
Come on now, come on.
Yeah, I've seen them all, Sally. On the move. All is on the move. Ever since you gave me the sign.
Come on, Sonny, snap out of it.
Never forget that night, you know, when you told me.
The kid was pale and sweating from the heat.
Oh,
his hair on his Here, matter.
Two sides to everything.
Hoppy started back on, then saw Spody's hat and something else.
We didn't have to split up, you know.
Bullet crease over the ear. Looks like you've been in a gunfight, Sonny. Here, come on now. Snap out of it.
No. Don't, Sal, please.
You're out of your head, kid. Get hold of yourself.
Sally, don't hit me, don't.
Come on.
Huh?
That's it, Sonny. Look at me.
Who are you?
Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, what happened?
Don't ask me. Looks like you've been in a gunfight for one thing, and got yourself a little too much sun.
Gunfight?
Yeah, bullet crease over your ear.
I don't remember.
Well, don't try to now. I wish I had some water, mister, but I'm as dry as you are. 5 hot miles to town, but 2 miles to the north is a ranch on Clear Creek. I stopped there a while ago.
I could use some water, I reckon.
We'd better go back there. Can you stay on that horse?
Yeah, I can make it.
Only a few minutes from here. We can... Hold it.
What's the matter?
Cloud of dust down the trail there. Looks like a bunch of riders coming out from town.
Maybe we better wait. Maybe they got water.
You sure anything up? You don't remember a gunfight?
Yeah?
I was thinking... Yeah, they've stopped. They're trailing someone. That's a posse, Sonny.
Why are you looking at me? I got no reason to.
Except for that bullet crease.
Want to stay here and find out what they want?
You're playing them face up. That's the way I like it.
I told you I got nothing to hide.
Okay. We better hit up the canyon to that ranch house.
Mort Robertson.
Yeah. Before we mosey up to the sheriff, I think we better find out more about that bullet crease. Let's go.
It's only a few minutes after the meeting on the plain that Hoppy and the kid ride up to the door of Mort Robertson's ranch house on Clear Creek.
You all right?
Yeah.
Better get rid of your horse here for the time being. There you go, boy. Won't do to have the sheriff spot him around here.
Oh?
Hello, miss. I just stopped by here a while ago, and I...
Eddie.
Hello, Kitty.
Come in.
Seem to know each other. Look, Eddie, I don't want to crowd you, but you better try to think. Right now.
I can't think. It's all a blank.
When does the blank start?
Last night. Don't ask me any more questions, Cassidy. My head hurts.
Okay, it's your funeral.
What do you mean?
I mean I'm walking out right now, unless you want to give me the whole story. Oh,
Here you are, Eddie.
Oh, thanks.
What do you mean you're walking out, Mr. Cassidy? What is it?
There's a sheriff's posse down on the flat. I think they're looking for Eddie.
Why, Eddie?
I'll try. I'll try to think.
That's better. What's the last thing you remember?
The cantina. I hit town about 9 last night. Been away for more than a year. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to see Sally.
That's
Sally?
His wife.
Yeah. Well, I guess I had too much to drink. Anyway, I left about 11 and headed for her place down at the edge of town. I remember knocking on the door and a funny look on her face when she let me in, and
Then what?
That's all. That's all I remember. Next thing I knew, you were hitting me in the face out in the trail.
Listen.
The posse.
Stay right where you are, Eddie. Come on, miss. We haven't seen him, understand?
All right.
Go ahead.
Afternoon, miss.
Oh, Sheriff.
Mind if I come in?
Of course not.
I won't make no bones about it, Miss Kitty. We're looking for Eddie Langtry. Or should I say, the Sundown Kid. Seems they call him that, now he's an outlaw.
Outlaw?
Nothing real serious till now. I hear he's got into a few scrapes during the past year over to Sundown and Point South.
What do you mean, till now, Sheriff?
This is Mr. Cassidy, Sheriff.
How do you do?
Well, to put her direct, Eddie Langtry's about 3 jumps ahead of a long rope. He killed his wife last night. Shot her. I know he thinks a lot of you and your uncle, Miss Kitty. Figured this is the first place he'd head for. Pair of tracks leading up here from the flat.
He's not here.
I said there was a pair leading up tracks here.
One set is mine.
And the other belongs to my uncle. He was in town last night, got home late.
If you don't mind, take me a look in that other room. Who's that empty glass belong to?
Me. I got dizzy from flopped on the sun in the bed for a spell.
You'll get in touch with me if he shows around here.
Of course.
I think you're lying, but there ain't much I can do right now. Nothing here, boys. He must be down in the flat.
Right, sir.
Hasta luego, miss. Cassidy?
Goodbye.
How do you get out of there?
The window. He must be down in the barn.
Oh, we'll wait till they get out of sight, and we'll take a look.
This door here.
Okay.
Stay where you are.
It's me, kid, Cassidy.
They gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why the gun?
Mort over there.
You gonna put it away, Eddie?
Yeah. Come on. Mort wanted to give me away.
Give me the gun, kid.
Sure, here, Huh?
What's the matter?
Well, this ain't my gun.
Well, you were packing it, weren't you?
Yeah. But look, it's a Walker Colt. An old one. He had a brand new Frontier with my initials on the handle.
Let's see that. 2 shots fired. Why'd you want to give the kid away, Mort?
Well,
I can answer that, Mr. Cassidy, on account of me. Because I think a lot of Eddie and...
And I don't want my niece mixed up with a murderer.
Murderer? What do you mean?
Wait a minute, kid. You heard about it, Mort?
I was in town last night when it happened.
You didn't tell me, Uncle Mort.
Well, I knew it'd break your heart, Kitty. Figure you'd hear soon enough.
About what? Tell me. Tell me what it is.
Your wife, Sally.
Oh, no.
She was shot last night.
You gotta believe me, Cassidy. All of you. I wouldn't kill Sal. I couldn't. I love her.
Yes, Eddie. I know you love her.
You do believe me, don't you, Kitty?
I think we all do, Eddie. Now tell me, what happened between you and Sal? Why'd you split up a year ago?
Usual reason, I reckon. Another guy.
Who?
I don't know. We had a fight and I left. Hit the trail. Kind of went wild for a year. Got into trouble, got into jail a couple of times. Busted out. Got blamed for a lot of things I didn't do. They come down and kill me like I was an outlaw or something.
Then what?
Sally had a hold on me. I never knew what it was. But I finally gave up. I had to come back to her. That's how I ended up in the cantina last night. But I never killed her. You gotta believe that.
We believe it.
Eddie?
Yeah?
I'm sorry for what I did. I want you to know I believe you, too.
Thanks, Mort.
Come on, Eddie. Let's get back up to the house. You need some rest.
Yeah. I'm off. Sorry.
Mort.
Yes?
You said you believed in him. How far does that go?
As far as you want it to go.
Will you help me? Will you help me clear him?
Yeah, thing you said. Anything.
Good. We're right into it now. Well, right.
It was 2 o'clock when Hoppy and Mort Robertson left the Ranch Clear Creek house on. After hours, they pulled up in green in front of Sheriff Party's office in Saguaro.
There he is, on the porch.
Evening, Sheriff.
Oh, evening, Cassidy. Mort?
Putting up a new poster, eh?
That's right.
$500 reward, dead or alive. Eddie Langtry, alias the Sundown Kid.
Dead or alive?
Yeah. The alive part don't mean nothing. If they bring him in at all, it'll be feet first.
That the usual custom around here?
When a man kills a woman, it is. Any objections?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Where I come from, a man's entitled to a trial.
The kid's had his trial. He was heard to threaten Sal over at the cantina last night. He was seen going there. He was seen leaving town early this morning.
Well, that means he killed her.
In my book, it does.
I guess you and I own different editions.
Let me give you a tip, Cassidy. I don't know how it is where you come from, but if there's one thing that'll make the men of this town see red, it's a woman killer. They won't rest till they grind the kid's carcass into the dust. And anything you say will only make 'em madder.
I'm not defending woman killers. I'm saying there's a good chance Eddie Langtry isn't one.
Any idea who it is?
I hear she was seeing another man.
Who told you that?
I keep my ears open. If there's another man, that means there's another suspect.
You ever hear that said, Mort?
Can't say I knew much about Sal, Sheriff.
I knew her pretty well, Cassidy. And as far as I know, she wasn't courting anyone else.
Who saw the kid go into her house?
Liz McKinnon lives down the street across from the cantina.
Guess we'll get down and have a talk with her. Thanks. Sheriff?
Cassidy.
Yeah?
You're mighty interested in the kid for an outsider. Ain't seen him lately.
On.
Why, blue denims and a gray shirt.
How do you know they were blue? You can't tell colors on a dark night at 10 feet, say nothing of 300.
Stop it.
Go on, Liz. We're waiting.
You're lying, Liz.
I'm not. I tell you, I'm...
Forget the hysterics. Eddie Langtry had on a pair of black leather chaps when I met him on the trail this morning. That takes care of your identification. Now I want the truth this time. You and Sal were pretty close friends. You had a gentleman friend you was seeing on the slide. If anyone would know who he is, you would.
I don't know anything about it.
You know what I hope you're doing, Liz. There's a sign in the sheriff's office that'll send every man in this town out tomorrow morning hell-bent on bringing Eddie Langtry in dead. They'll never take him alive, even if he surrenders. On your say-so, they'll shoot him on sight. If that happens, Liz, if they kill him for someone else's crime, you'll have something to think about for a long, long time.
You got to talk, Liz? Or are we going to stand here all night?
I've told you all I know.
Come on, Mort. I'm not telling you the kid is innocent, Sheriff. I'm just saying there's a chance he is. That woman's lying. I shot her story full of holes.
Hoppy.
What is it, Mort?
The posse. They got word somewhere the kid's at the ranch. They're on their way.
All right, Sheriff. You're going to let them shoot that kid down in cold blood?
I don't know. Golly, what can I, Cassidy, do?
Mort, take off right now over the hills. You can cut across the saddle and get there ahead of the posse. Get him out of there, off the ranch, you understand?
Okay.
We'll be right behind you.
He's at Clear Creek?
Yeah.
Who tipped them off?
No idea. Look, you gotta stop them. You're the only one who can do it.
They'll say I'm out of my head.
You're right now, acting like a sheriff. Look, it makes this way as much sense as the other. The real killer, the other man she was seeing, was in the house with her when the kid knocked on the door. He hustled into the back room when the kid comes in, sees them in each other's arms, and shoots them both. Then, thinking to make it look like murder and suicide, he switches gun with the kid and leaves. Not knowing he only creased the kid, that he'd come to in a few minutes and walk out around midnight. Hey, if the murder was discovered last night, how come they let the kid leave town this morning?
It wasn't discovered last night. They found Sal's body at 8 o'clock this morning.
So, that's who it was.
Liz!
Oh, Posse just left. They're going to kill him. He's innocent, Sheriff. You've got to stop him.
What do you mean?
He told me lies. He'd kill me if I talked, but I don't care now.
Who are you talking about?
I saw him leave the house, too, before Eddie did. He was seeing Sal, like Mr. Cassidy said.
She's talking about Mort Robertson, Sheriff. That's why I thought the killing was discovered last night. Mort knew all about it, and he hasn't been in town all day.
Jumping catfish, they'll kill.
Come on, we gotta stop him before he gets hold of that kid.
What's the matter, Kitty?
Why?
You're all worried about me, ain't you? I can always tell when you're worried. Your eyes get a look. I ain't worth it, Kitty.
Oh, I'd die for you, Eddie.
You know, sometimes a man has to get himself in a spot like this to see things clear. It's kind of like I've been riding in a fog all my life. And suddenly it lifts and I can see the sun.
Eddie.
Oh, kid, you're